to let everybody know that I'm streaming. OBS. Restream. Duh. Okay, I think that I got that working. I've got a discussion with somebody later, which I think is going to be interesting. I should really keep my my Gmail up because he's going to be contacting me there. Let's see what we can do here. All right, let's play some Final Fantasy VIII. Is this the right controller? I'm pretty sure this is the right controller. Okay. All right. I've never played this game before. I like that noise. Ooh, that's a good noise. I love that noise. Let me... Yeah, oh, I gotta post to people. All right. It's early. Let me go ahead and we're going to do what? New game? New game, yep. New game. I've never played this game before. This is my first time playing Final Fantasy VIII. Wandering Robot Studio says, sup? What's up, man? How are you doing? Ooh, I want to watch this. This looks immediately cool. I remember hearing this song years ago. Is it just like is this like a love story? Is that what this is? I'll be waiting for you. So if you come here, you'll find me. It is a love story. I promise. Though this is some really, really intense music for a love story, I gotta say. I've just unironically, I've never played Final Fantasy VIII. Never. I think like I played like a really tiny amount at one point. I remember that sword from Kingdom Hearts. That looks really impractical. That's cool. I've always loved the designs of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy always looked so good, like as a kid, and even now. I mean, it just looks cool. You know, just off off the gate. Oh, that's pretty great. We'll turn it down as soon as this really rad cinematic is over. I mean, I there was like a love story, and now like he's battling some dude with crosses. Like I mean, I don't know. I'm here for it. I'm here for it, but you know, I don't know what's going on. And then there was like a lady who had a Nautilus on her head. All right. It looks good. Looks like fun. Okay. Let's play it. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Let's see. Oh boy. Man, this looks like Silent Hill. How are you feeling? I mean, to be fair, right? The models in this game are a huge, huge upgrade from Final Fantasy VII. I mean, I'm sure when this game first came out, they were like, holy crap. It's a fully modeled... Here, I'll show you. Like, everyone's spoiled by, you know, the... but by like, you know, the remake of Final Fantasy VII, but I'm like talking about just like PlayStation 1, just like the regular looking graphics. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up on my screen here. Where's my Chrome? Where's Chrome? Oh my goodness, there's so much for me to do. Okay, here we go. Yeah, bro. Look at the difference. Look at his arm. What is going on there, bro? They really had to think on their toes here for this. I mean, the design, I mean, how do you go from this to this? Like, bruh. Graphics. Okay, anyway, how are you feeling? Okay, I guess. Okay. Take it easy next time, you hear? Looks like your eyes are focusing. You should be fine. Say your name for me. Say your name. Squall. That's a gross name, but okay. I guess his name is Squall. Why don't you take it easy in training? Next time you might not be so lucky. Tell that to Seifer. Wait, was he training? Like, was that cinematic involving him training? Like, he was just training? Okay. Bobro says, what are you playing? I'm playing Final Fantasy VIII. If you've ever played Final Fantasy VIII, I've never played Final Fantasy VIII, and I want to play Final Fantasy VIII. Let's see. That Seifer won't listen to anyone. Why don't you ignore him? I can't just run away. You want to be cool, huh? Well, don't get hurt in the process. Why? Did the jacket give it away? Let's see. Your instructor is Quistis. Wow, that's a name. I would go to the court and get that name changed ASAP. Quistis. I'll call her now. Wait just a minute here. Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop, beep. Wait, they have phones? Okay. Quistis, come get your student. Yes, yes. His injury's not serious. It'll probably leave a scar. Right. Now, please come by. So that was just like a training exercise earlier? That crazy, like, cinematic where it was just like... That was just a training exercise. Squall, so we meet again. Hey, yo. Hey, baby. Bobro says, hey, Amender, how are you doing today? I'm doing great. Doing great. Just woke up. We're going to be having a discussion with somebody. I don't know if it's going to be a debate or if it's just going to be a discussion. I'm going to approach it in discussion territory But as soon as if he starts coming at me with some debate stuff, I'll put up, I'll I'll give my arguments. I knew it'd either be you or Seifer. Okay. Come on, let's go. Today's the field exam. What was that cinematic for? That cinematic was wild. That was a wild cinematic for just like her coming into the room. Is there something on your mind? Wait, her name, she's Quistis? Her name is Quistis? Her name is Quistis. Bruh. Get it. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Funny, no, it's not that. I'm just happy. I feel like I'm beginning to understand my student a little. That's all. This guy, he's given me the, I'm 14 and this is deep vibes. I'm more complex than you think. Then tell me about yourself. I'm going to be dark. It's none of your business. Yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, I think if somebody was like dark and brooding like that, I would probably do the same thing. Bro, this is really good. I'm actually kind of impressed at this. This is kind of, I mean, it's coming in at 15 frames, but you know, hey. What in the heck is that? Bobro says, in these times, what's the difference? Good question. I don't know. Good morning, class. Let's start with today's schedule. You gotta change your name. Quistis is a terrible name. There seems to have been some rumors flying around since yesterday. Yes, the field exam for seed candidates will begin later this afternoon. Quistis. Oh, wait, that's the name. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Those not participating and those who failed last week's written tests are to remain here in study hall. Field exam participants will have free time until the exam. Just be sure that you're in top condition. Meet in the hall is the place called hall? Meet in hall at 1600 hours. I'll announce the team assignments there. Any questions? Oh, and Seifer. Yes, I'm sleeping. Do not injure your partner while training. Be careful from now on. Bobro says, I mean, between a discussion and a debate, like a Republican will just debate you when you're just trying to talk to them, LOL. So, like, what's the difference between discussion and debate? Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, when it comes to debate, it's like, it's very combative. Whereas, like, I don't know, if I'm going to have a discussion with somebody, I'm not going to ask them, for example, prodding questions. I guess it's like a difference as to whether or not I ask like really prodding, challenging questions, or if I just kind of let them talk. You know, like, I don't know if he's going to come at me with like an interview or if he's just going to come at me with just some, I don't know, some logical question. You know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's at 10, I believe. Let me actually pull up my email. Oh, shoot. I hit the camera. My bad. All right. So, I don't know. We'll see. Field exam participants. I will see you all later. Is Squall just... And Squall, I need to talk to you. Is it because he was just sleeping the whole time and being all dark and brooding in the corner? What is with... Why do the characters, they all have to be like dark and brooding? You know what? I kind of want Titus again, right? Because Titus was like happy-go-lucky. He's like, let's go do it, guys. And then he was like, my dad. Quistis, you haven't been to the fire cavern yet, have you? You won't be able to take part in today's seed exam until you pass the prerequisite. The fire cavern? I was gonna go this morning, but Seifer. So do you have a good excuse? Not really. My cat is determined to rub her face on the camera. That's why it's shaking. Here, you want cat cam? She demands. Ow! Why are you biting me? She wants pets. My little bed goblin. Say hello to the... Why are you biting? Baby, you're such a cutie. Are you good? You good? I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with my camera because my cat loves rubbing herself on it. I don't understand why. She just does that. Oh, okay. Ow. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? You alright? Nope. She appears to be perfectly fine. Bubbies. Okay, are you done? Can I play Final Fantasy VIII, the newest edition in Final Fantasy? Right? Can't I play Final Fantasy VIII, Pepper? Lick, lick, lick. Okay, I love you, baby. Ow! Why are you biting me? Ow! Okay, you good? Alright, we good? We good, bubbies? Nope. Still gotta rub her face on stuff. Okay. You good? Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. That was Cat Cam. Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy Cat Cam? She seems to be enjoying it. Okay, Squall says, not really. Then let's get going. Okay, if you are not too confident yet, you can review your studies in the study panel. I'll be waiting in the front gate, so come down when you're ready. Bobro says, oh, it just seems like Amender just changes when his cat is around and he goes from like almost alpha to, oh, this cutie patootie kitty, I just wants love. True. Also, I was never alpha. Never. In fact, I hate those terms. Like alpha, beta, whatever. It's so dumb. It is so dumb. All right, let me see here. It's just like a bunch of people that like to pretend that they're like big and hard or whatever when it's like, I don't know. I mean, we don't really like need that, I guess. Okay, anyway, you access the study panel from your seat. Okay. Let me guess. It's going to give me a lesson plan, isn't it? Can I? Okay. Okay, so I just look down and then let's see. Turn on the power and... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Guys. This is a lot. Wait, I didn't mean to select that. Oops. What did I select? I selected the thing at the bottom when I intended to hit the tutorial. Thanks for looking at this page. There won't be any updates for a while. That's because I, the Garden Festival chair, will be leaving the garden. I did not strive to be a seed, and I won't even graduate. I devoted all my time to the Garden Festival, my passion. But in the end, there was no Garden Festival. That's because no one volunteered to help out, but I only had myself to blame. I thought meant to alone pull it off. Man, okay, fine. I'll read it. I'm reading it quickly, because if I read it out loud, it takes me way more time. But I don't know if you would rather me like read it out loud or if I should just like read how I normally read and then just get through it. I don't know. Tutorial, login, Squall, confirmed, searching, GF data registered, Squall, GF Quetzalcoatl, GF Shiva. Shiva's my GF. Can I ask what that is? I guess it's Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl. Okay. I also want to know what that is, but okay. All aspects of gameplay tutorial as a regular. Okay. Oh my god, guys. Guys, there's so much. I usually like it when YouTubers read out what's in the game. Okay. I'll read it out. I'm just being lazy, and I'm just like, God, I can read so much faster if I just shut up for a moment. Like, that's my only concern, because, like, the way that I read is I'm not, like, sounding it out in my head. And it takes so long to, like, for vocal cords to kind of, like, move around when I can look at 2 or 3 sentences and I'm done in, like, less than a few seconds. You know? Like, I sat there and I timed myself. I was like, I think I could read at, like, probably about 60 pages an hour. Like, that was probably roughly what it was. So it is a little annoying where it's like, if I have to go through a lot of stuff that I have to sit there and sound it out. But if you enjoy it, I'll do it. No problem. Okay. Basic operation. Jeez. Yes. Okay, that's good. Battle operation. Zell. Status window HP. Okay, a status window showing the character HP and ATB gauges is displayed on the battle screen. Characters can act once the ATB gauge is full. Commands are displayed when the ATB is full. Use directional buttons to choose. Press X to confirm the command. Press start while the cursor is on screen and see a help message. I feel like I don't need to know this. Like, okay, here we go. What is draw? Draw extracts magic from enemies. Choose a target and magic, and then stock or cast. Stock will stock the magic, and cast will cast the magic. All right, cool, sick. So I can pull magic from the enemies? That's kind of neat. Limit break. When running low on HP, may appear next to attack. Press the right directional button. This new command is more powerful than usual attack. This is a limit break. Press L1 to choose your new target from a window. Press L2 and R2 to escape, though there are some battles from which you cannot escape. XP is gained even if you escape, as long as you damage the enemies. A status window showing the character... Okay, wait, is that it? Yeah, okay, all right. Online help? What? Girlfriend function. Hey, dude, the girlfriend function. Junction tutorial. Junction enables characters to power up and use abilities. This means... A girlfriend must be junctioned in order to... Okay. I wasn't even intending to make like a sex joke. I just... What is a GF? For the purposes of this game. Not... I'm going to get clipped for that. What is a GF in Final Fantasy VIII? A GF must be junctioned in order to power up and use abilities. Let's begin by functioning a GF. Right now, no GF is junctioned. This is getting funny. All other commands in gray cannot be selected yet. Once junction is selected, okay, the GF and magic commands appear. Since no GF is junctioned, magic is displayed in gray. Okay. Let's junction a GF by selecting GF. A GF list appeared. What is a GF? I need to know what is a GF? What is a GF in FFX III? No, I'm sorry, not XIII, VII. Sorry, VIII. Guardian Forces. They're called Guardian Forces, guys. Chat, they're called Guardian Forces. Okay. No problem, everybody. Guardian Forces. Press square to see the abilities possessed by a guardian force. The abilities are HP Junction, Vitality Junction. Okay, let's choose a Guardian Force. When Guardian Force Quetzalcoatl is selected, its abilities, HP J, Invite J, make the stats HP and Vitality appear in white. Okay. Magic can now be junctioned to HP and Vitality. Bobro says, okay, so not a girlfriend that you can't make out with then? Who says we can't make out with, listen, with enough imagination, this can be done, okay? We saw Shiva there, okay? There's a chance. But since there is currently no magic, we'll move into setting abilities. There are 3 command abilities. There are 2 non-command abilities for characters and party. A total of 5 abilities can be set, depending on the... What was it? I shouldn't have drank so much last night. Depending on the Guardian Force's abilities, the maximum's 4 non-command abilities. Bro, this is like a lot. This means up to 7 abilities can be set. Let's set some abilities. First, select a slot. The top window is the command abilities for use during battle. The bottom window is for character and party abilities. Okay. By selecting the top window, displays command abilities. And selecting the bottom window displays character and party abilities. Okay. Since there is currently no magic, let's set a command ability. Draw to get some magic. When an empty slot is chosen, the cursor moves to the right. The draw is to set the command draw. Okay. This is how command abilities are used in battle are set. Let's add a Guardian Force and item to the list of command abilities. Okay. Okay. Now, GF and item are set. Let's set a non-command ability by moving the cursor down. Okay. It is now set to magic plus 20%. Select an empty slot. Select magic plus 20. Magic plus 20 is now set. Abilities have now been set. This concludes the tutorial. Thank you and good luck. All right. I'm glad that I could figure out the card game. Bro, there's a card game? Cards originated when a psychic named Orlan modified these tarot cards for games. The game became popular with soldiers passing time between battles. As its popularity spread, each region developed its own rules and picture variations. There's a card game, guys. Guys, there's a card game. I'm immediately just like, card game. Picture numbers, okay? Two is numbers, correspond to the 4 sides of the card. 1 wake, and then A is strong. What? 3, element. Some rules allow the player to use its elemental property. 2, the battle area. Place cards here 1 at a time. Elemental. Some rules indicate the elements on the board. Cards are placed in turn, and the player with the most cards, when all 9 areas are filled, wins. Choose 5 cards before you begin. Pay attention to numbers and elements. Card name. Wait, number 1 is card name. Okay. 2 is the number in stock. 3 is the page number. 4 is the card chosen. Bro, we're going to get into like some Gwent crap, bro. Bruh. Same turns over cards. Okay, I see. I think I see. Like, you're supposed to like beat the particular numbers, but hold on a sec. Let's see. Same turns over cards that have same number values on 2 or more sides. In this example, numbers 4 and 1 are adjacent to top and left side. This turns over the top and left cards. Plus means that cards are adding the same number on more than two adjacent sides are turned over. In this example, the cards are placed at up to 7 on the top and left sides. The cards on top and left are turned over. What? Wait, what? Plus means that cards adding to the same number more than two adjacent sides are turned over. In this example, the cards placed add up to 7 on the top and left sides. 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's 7. The card on top and left are turned over. If it becomes 7 on top and left sides, I don't understand this mechanic. Cards turned over using same or plus turn over adjacent cards in combo. In example, red will be turned over because one of the two cards are turned over as a larger number. Same wall uses battle area wall, the frame, as one of the 4 sides using the same rule. Wall is assumed to have a value on all sides. Okay, hold on. I've got an email. We're going to come back to this. We're going to come back to this. Why can I still hear the game? Can you still hear it? I could still hear it. That's wild. I could still hear it. I set it to 0. All right, I'm going to set it to 15%. All right, I don't hear it anymore. No, I do still hear it. I barely hear it. But it's definitely there. Can I just pause it for a second? Here, let me just pause. There we go. It's paused. Okay. All right. We're entering the studio in StreamYard. Oh, let me start my virtual cam. I am not prepped for this at all. You are backstage. Hello. Can you hear me okay? Nope, I cannot hear you, and I think I know why. Give me a sec. All right, try now.
Hello, hello. Testing.
Yep, I hear you perfectly. How are you doing?
Doing good. So I know you're live now, but I'm going to go live in a couple minutes. I just wanted to chat with you real quick before I go live.
Sure.
About your modern day debates.
Okay.
I'm curious to hear your thoughts on if you feel like you've taken different approaches, because I've heard you talk to people debate on your own channel, and you seem pretty calm. And then I heard you debating when you and William were debating. I think it was maybe Andrew, and they kept making you really mad, and then you'd lose it, and William was saying, don't let them get to you. But then when you were on the one with Alex and Isabella, you were cool as a cucumber, and you destroyed them. But
you think so?
It seemed like, did you decide that you thought you should tone it down from how you were on the other one? Or I don't even know if they went in that order.
I mean, to be fair, when it comes to the debate space, I debate a lot on just on Discord with just random people. And when it comes to debating people who are they're a lot more popular or whatever, I'm just kind of trying to figure out a foothold, I guess, how to operate. Cause for example, a guy like Andrew Wilson is incredibly bad faith. It's probably one of the most bad faith people that you can come across. And so the end result is how do I deal with something like that? How do I approach that situation? And it's basically it's just trying to read how somebody else is operating and how does this work in terms of rhetoric while also maintaining like a good argument. I don't know. I'm still trying to get my bearings. I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure things out as I go along.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just I hate when people that don't understand debate. I mean, I guess debate could mean different things to different people, but I hate when they don't understand it and then they act like people who do understand it are crazy. Because Isabella said a handful of times, "Oh, you're just saying a lot of big words." Because I think you said interlocutor or something, and then Alex kept saying, "I don't. We're in a debate. I don't want to talk about hypotheticals," and it's like. What? I don't. I just don't get it. And then Amy seemed nice enough, but it just seemed like she wasn't there to debate. She was just there to randomly talk about some things. But like, even though I didn't agree with your side of it as far as debate goes and being reasonable, I don't know. I just thought you did a good job on that one.
That's good. I appreciate it because like I gotta tell you, if you ever go on Modern Day Debate, like if you look at the audience. It is almost exclusively now like Crucible crew. It's like all people who are hard right wingers that unironically would like to have like a theocracy. Like they unironically think like, hey, you know, this whole like democracy and like secular society, we want to get rid of that. And like, instead we want to like subjugate people with the will of God. Like, I'm just like, what are you? Like, like, how are you like a person? Yep. Like, I just don't understand that, like, this sudden resurgence, I guess, of, like, a theocratic idea. It's just wild to me.
Yeah, wanting people to go to jail for, like, watching porn and stuff.
Yeah, it's like, what is wrong with you? Are you, like, a psycho? Like you actually just like controlling people. Like, you just want to treat people like garbage.
Yeah. Yep. It's ridiculous. Okay, I'm going to go live, and then we'll get this going on my side.
God, I look tired. Right. Jesus, I drank too much. I drank too much last night, bro. I'll be honest with you. I just drank a lot.
All right, we're live. Okay, so I sent you a list of things, and I worded it as things I'm not convinced of yet. It doesn't mean I'm thoroughly convinced of the opposite. It just means that that I have yet to be convinced. So anyways, I don't know what approach you might want to take this, but I was thinking we could go maybe one at a time, and you could try to maybe convince me of your take on them. I'm assuming from what I've seen that you disagree with me on everything on the list, but maybe not everything.
Let me actually pull up again what your list said. Okay. I'm going to see if I can just stream it so other people can see what I'm talking about.
Okay, sounds good.
When did you send me this email? It was like so long ago. Let me look here. There's like a giant email chain. Where did you send it to me?
It was like 4 days ago, maybe 5 days.
It was 4 days ago? Okay. I'm looking. Let's see. So it would have been 4 days ago, would have been like around March 30th, 31st. I'm looking. I'm trying to see where this full...
Yeah, it's my second message to you.
Yeah, I think there's 2 email chains.
It's the one that starts with the I can do it tomorrow, Wednesday, 6:30.
Let me see here. Found it. Okay, so I can do it tomorrow, Wednesday, 6:30. Okay. All right. Let me share this so other people can see it. Yep, that's what I want to share. Okay. It says, language. I have not been convinced that there is a good reason to not have, quote unquote, sex and gender be synonymous. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Like, do you feel like a man?
No.
You don't feel like a man?
I can only answer that so quickly because I've thought about and discussed these topics for a couple years now. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I don't know how I would describe what it feels like to be a man. If I woke up in like a Freaky Friday situation where I was a woman tomorrow and I had my own thoughts, but everything else about maybe my brain became a female or something, it's possible I could tell you the difference maybe, but I just can't think of anything that I don't feel like anything. I just feel like a person.
Okay.
And I want to also point out.
So I mean, I
I'm-
just couldn't help but notice that you have a beard. Like, why are you?
Yes.
Why do you have a beard?
Partially because I started going bald at a young age and had to shave this off, and so this is a good thing to have. I think it looks nice.
Okay. I mean, it's a pretty like manly thing to do to have a beard.
Yeah, that seems like I'd say that seems like the case. If a woman had a beard, I could imagine somebody saying that was a manly thing for her to do. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, like, I assume that when you were growing up, you likely did not require a mastectomy when you were going through puberty, as in chest
Correct.
removal.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
Yeah. So it's fair to say that you did not have a moment in life where you started growing breasts at any point.
No. No.
Could it be possible that you could have something like that?
Yeah.
Would that kind of interfere with like your internal sense? Like if you started growing boobs at say 12 or 13 years old, would that interfere with how you see yourself internally?
How I see myself internally, I wouldn't say that. I would say that based on looking around in the world, that I would feel discomfort. Sure. Yeah.
So like, you would have like an incongruency between your identity and your sex.
I don't know if I would say that. Well, I don't use the word identity personally often, so I guess I wouldn't word it like that. But yeah, any random amount of things could happen. Like I could start growing a penis on my head or whatever.
I suppose so.
And I would feel like, okay, in this society it's no good. But if I lived in a world where everybody was human except all the humans had penises on their head, or whatever it was, then I would feel weird if I didn't have one. But yeah, so I don't know if I'm just pointing out, just to be as clear as possible, it's not like an internalized thing, other than the element of thinking about it, that I don't need to conform to everybody that seems to be what I view as like my sex or whatever. I just like, I wouldn't care if this shirt I was wearing was thought of as like an unattractive shirt for men or something. I'd still wear it. I think.
So like if you started growing boobs, you would not want to get a mastectomy. You would be perfectly okay with a voluptuous pair of breasts.
No, I probably would. Yeah. No.
Okay,
I
you
thought
would
about
you
that.
would care about that. Your internal sense of what you are would be different than what your body is doing.
No. Maybe it
Then
is,
what is
and
that?
I'm just not wording it right.
No.
Because I don't feel like a man. I don't know what it feels like to feel like a man. But because I happen to be one, if the rest of society, like, if something, I'm trying to think of something in the world that society looks
do
down
people
on,
often
but
mistake you for being a woman?
No.
Would that bother you?
Would that bother me?
Yeah,
No.
they were like, miss all
it'd
the
make me
time,
think it
or-
was a little weird. I would even probably correct somebody, but
Yeah,
but
so
no.
like your internal, okay, so the way people perceive you, right, would be different from your sex.
The way people perceive me would be different. If they perceive me as different from my sex, then
Yeah.
yeah, they'd be perceiving me as different from my sex. Yeah.
Okay, so this incongruency that I'm kind of playing around with, this is the difference
Yeah.
of sex and gender.
Gotcha.
And this is
okay.
this can be also understood at an endocrinological level. This can also be understood at a neurobiological level as well.
Gotcha. Well, here, can we pause this for a sec, and I can explain something, and then we'll hop
Okay.
back to where you left off. And part of this just has to, like, words evolve. I'm aware of that. Words will constantly change. Like the word fantastic used to have this meaning of just strange and wild. So like in the movie The Wolfman in the 1940s, they would say fantastic, where now it's only used for teachers to tell little kids how well they did. So yeah, words evolve. And I'm all about words evolving. But let's imagine that this idea of what we consider gender, gender identity, gender expression, let's imagine that to this day that didn't exist. And then somebody today decided to, they wanted that to exist. And so gender and sex meant the same thing. And somebody's thinking like, okay, I feel this way. I'm the first person to do this thing. I could name it myself now, or I can take this word gender, and instead of that being synonymous with sex, I'll have gender now mean this thing, and maybe some other people will catch on and do this thing. And let's say instead of gender becoming this thing different from sex, and you can correct me in a second and point out from the beginning it was different, but let's say instead of that, they created a new word, and I wrote this down. So they created the word blop. Blop is just going to mean what maybe you currently think of gender. And then for anybody that feels masculine or would think of themselves like a man or a male, but they're born female, they would say Zim. It doesn't matter what you're born. You would just say Zim if you're leaning towards the masculine, and Zam if you're leaning towards the feminine. Okay?
Yeah.
So if you were to explain to me what you think of gender right now today, that's what I'm thinking that this person is going to be doing for creating these words. So blop is the word for gender, and then Zim and Zam. If that happened and somebody created that today, and then you were to say to me, is this person a Zim? It doesn't matter what they're born as. If the definition of blop is somebody's gender identity, how they personally identify themselves, I wouldn't be doing any mental math or anything. I would just go, yeah, from my understanding, that's Zim. At the same time, it would be a thing I have no interest in. I would never discuss it on my own outside of, conversations like this. In the same way that, there's a bazillion sexual identities, like or sexual orientations. There's like cupiosexual and fictosexual and all these different things. And I'm glad people have those. I don't have any thoughts negative about those. I don't want those people to not exist, but it's just like, it's something I have no interest in, so I never talk about it. Same thing here, where if this thing exists and somebody said, what was this? I would accept any of what they're saying for their thing. I just wouldn't have any interest in it. And anyways, I guess I'm just trying to point out that I've never been convinced that this word blop should exist, or that it should exist in any way I personally would care about. And so same with gender. I've never heard anything that makes me have any interest in the word being changed to not mean sex anymore. And I kind of just wish that gender would keep being the same, synonymous with sex. Because I've filled out so many forms before where it'll say gender and then male and female. Anyways, does that help with anything? The fact that I don't care.
I think like you're doing is like you're showing like a colloquial understanding, whereas like I'm operating on a more academic understanding.
Okay.
Not saying that like what you're saying is like stupid or whatever. It's not. It's just what you would be intuitive. But I want to point out a paper to you, and I'm going to present you something.
Okay, yeah.
Share screen. How do I share this stupid thing? Give me a second. Is it going to let me choose what I share? All right, here we go. Do you see what I am sharing?
Yeah, let's see.
All right, so I'll read this out for you, so you can understand where I'm coming at with this. The sexual differentiation of the human brain in relation to the gender identity and sexual orientation. It is believed that during the intrauterine period of the fetal brain develops the male direction through a direct action of testosterone on developing nerve cells, or in the female direction through the absence of this hormone surge. According to this concept, our gender identity, as in the conviction of belonging to the male or female gender, and sexual orientation should be programmed into our brain structures when we are still in the womb. However, since sexual differentiation of the genitals takes place in the first 2 months of pregnancy and sexual differentiation of the brain starts in the second half of pregnancy, these two processes can be influenced independently, which may result in transsexuality. This also means that in the event of ambiguous sex at birth, the degree of masculinization of the genitals may not reflect the degree of masculinization of the brain. There is no proof that social environment after birth has an effect on gender identity or sexual orientation. Data on genetic and hormone-independent influence on gender identity are presently divergent and do not provide convincing information about the underlying etiology. To what extent fetal programming may determine sexual orientation is also a matter of discussion. A number of studies show patterns of sex atypical cerebral dimorphism in homosexual subjects. Although the crucial question, namely how complex functions as sexual orientation and identity are processed in the brain, remains unanswered, emerging data point a key role of specific neuronal circuits involving the hypothalamus. So
Gotcha.
what this is reading out is that there's two distinct processes that is happening as an embryo. There is the internal way that the brain develops, and then there is the gonadal development. And these are two distinct processes. They usually tend to go in a specific way, right? Male for male, female for female. But that is not always the case because there are two distinct developmental processes, and genetics does weird stuff sometimes. This is an example of that. This is why there is a necessity of separating gender from sex. And this is not operating from a sociological aspect. This is entirely an embryological aspect.
Yeah, okay. I get this. So I've heard a couple things on this. I want to read that full paper. If you could email that to me, that'd be great.
Sure.
I've heard some people talk about these studies that have been done, and that sometimes when it's claimed that it's like a trans brain, that something like 99% of the people end up being gay and not continuing to identify as trans or something like that. I don't know if when those people talk about that, they're referring to this study, but I do want to do a deep dive into that. Although I don't even see exactly why that would matter. If somebody is born male and their brain seems similar to the average female, I don't know if it matters if they end up being gay or not. The information still exists. So it could just mean that maybe a good amount of gay people want to transition. I don't know.
Well, it has nothing to do with gay, not gay. What it is saying, right, is that your internal sense of what being of being a man or being woman is different from your gonads, right? Because there are two separate, distinct processes, and this has also been shown in independent findings through neurological research. There are particular portions of the brain that are physically different among trans people. And it's like like a huge majority of trans people have that. I think it's like there's like a specific subcortical brain volume that is physically different. And I can provide that paper as well. That does exist.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay. Well, and just so you know, I don't have anything against trans people. Trans people should totally exist. Yeah. I know that there are a bunch of people that are probably religious that just think they shouldn't exist or they should stop.
Keep talking, by the way. I just have to, I'm going to grab some water. I can still hear you, however.
Okay, so perfect. Go ahead,
go ahead.
I will.
I know it seems like rude or whatever, but I swear
I'm here. I promise. You're fine. But yeah, so I don't have anything against trans people. I know plenty of them, family, friends, and whatnot. And so if somebody were born female and identified as male or man, whatever, I would use their pronouns for them. And I don't think there has to be a difference between the words sex and gender for somebody to be trans. Again, there might be good reason
Well,
from
I mean,
like
then
what you explained.
then what would you call that incongruency, right? Like we're using the term gender to describe that incongruency between sex and an internal sense of bleh. Like, what is that word?
Yeah, and maybe it needs to exist. Yeah, I don't know. Like, so if I saw a person like part of the thing is, and I guess we'll get into this on the next topic, which is the pronoun thing. But part of this is when we think of somebody as like whatever their sex or gender is, it's based on our perception. And then outside of that, people just know what theirs is. And then, so somebody like every individual knows, you know yours, I know mine. And then trans people would know, okay, how they're going to present in life is not what they were born as. But then for everything else outside of an individual thinking about themselves, we're just perceiving people and thinking things. So there's tons of trans people that I would see and I just go, oh yeah, this woman's walking down the street about like Blair White or something, because like I would never think Blair White was not a woman if I just randomly saw her on the street without knowing.
That's just like what you're talking about there is you're kind of delving into the what people perceive your gender to be, and then the internal sense, right? Like, a person may not pass at all, but their internal sense of their gender is there, right? And it may be incongruous to what people perceive externally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, and I believe it, but since I don't have an internal sense, I guess I wonder how many people do. Now, I have what me and you discussed, which is since I was born male, and I don't feel any weird thing about I don't have any urge within my mind to, like, change my sex or anything. Since I was born male, when I see other males, I might see in our society, like... I keep trying to think of things that are thought of as negative.
You're having
in
no
our society.
issue because your internal sense of your gender is congruent with your body, so there's no issue there. But when I brought up the mastectomy and like if you started to grow breasts, all of a sudden I bring out that you have an internal sense of being male.
Oh no, I don't think so because then
why would you want to remove your beautiful breasts?
Well, I'm going to tell you. Let's say at birth I was put. They were going to do a study, and this wouldn't be a moral study, but they were going to. Let's say at birth, for some reason they knew I was going to grow large, beautiful breasts, and they wanted to do a test to see if that would like match my internal thoughts or whatever. And so they put me in a Truman Show type situation. I'm just on some island with tribes of people or whatever, and on this island, when people reach whatever age I would be growing these breasts, they just put breast implants inside of the males. And so I grow up witnessing every male having breasts, and then I'm growing them. I don't think I would think for 1 second I want these gone. Why would I want these gone? I would want these to be probably something like whatever's best perceived in that society mixed with another element of me not caring. We have our own individuality. And
you're delving into like the sociological aspect, which is the part that I'm just not well equipped.
Well, which is fine. I'm just pointing out when I don't have a sense.
Like I've read a little bit, but very little. I mean, I'm not equipped. Yeah, no, like, I know exactly. I mean, you're delving into like what is like general, like what like you're talking about like communally, like how societies perceive gender. Like for whatever reason, drinking a Cosmopolitan is seen as like a girly drink. I don't know why, because it's sweet, but I got news for you. So are Old Fashions.
Gotcha.
Old Fashions is a fruity drink. It is. It's fruity. It's orange. Like.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Anyway, but like I don't know, for whatever reason, an Old Fashioned that's for guys, but the Cosmopolitan that's for girls. I'm just like, okay, well that's weird, but all right. I think that's what you're delving into regarding like. But women they get breasts because of they have estrogen that allows breasts to grow. The fat
but does that make
sense?
Like I'm not.
I can't hear you. What happened?
Uh-oh. Hello, testing,
I
testing.
cannot hear you right now. I don't know what
Weird.
just happened.
I'm not muted on my end.
I will check on my end to see what's
Okay.
going on, but I unironically cannot hear you. Hold on.
Testing,
Oh, I just
testing.
muted myself.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm an idiot. I muted myself. I don't know what's
You're
muted.
good.
Anyway,
You're good.
sorry. Go ahead.
The main thing, we don't need to get into the sociology of it. I just wanted to point out that I wouldn't be removing these because I have this internal feeling of whatever involving gender. I'm saying that I would remove that. Like, honestly, I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive that if I grew breasts and every male around me grew breasts, I would just thumbs up it. I don't go along with every trend in society. I don't even drink alcohol. I'm not into football or cars or, whatever might be popular. But when there are certain things like for example, in the US, it's very common, for males to be circumcised, where in a lot of countries, it's not common at all. Like, it's like zero people. And so I am not circumcised. And so because the society I'm in, and when you hear about it talked about in movies and stuff, that type of thing would make me maybe feel a little more uncomfortable, or I would have this feeling if I was going to be presenting myself to somebody. Whereas if I moved to that other country where nobody was, then I wouldn't even think twice about it. So again, there's just elements of, depending on how extreme thoughts are about certain topics in a society. So anyways, if that makes sense. I don't know how many people are like that, like me, where there's no thought of gender. Like, how do you view, or I'll say sex to make it less complicated. Like, do you have a thought of what it's like to be a male?
Yeah.
Okay. What does that feel like?
Well, I like going to the gym. I want to look stronger. I want to look manly. I want to smoke cigars and drink whiskey. I let me also just say, like, most philosophers are male. I like philosophy. It's interesting to me. I'm not that women can't be philosophers, but I'm simply saying that there are some male typical traits.
No, it sounds to me like everything you're saying is how I'm discussing it. Now, I don't care about cigars or anything, but I like going to the gym. I want to be muscular.
How long have you been going to the gym?
Well, I say gym, but I actually just do a lot of calisthenic stuff, either at parks or at my house, at the pole bar and stuff like that.
It looks like I am tiny, but I swear to you, I have an otter body. It's like it's the most Sleeperville that I've been going to the gym for like 4 years, and I don't have much to show for it. But I do have muscles. I swear, it's there.
But yeah, and same thing with philosophy. I love philosophy. I do. It seems to be that it's more often men are interested in philosophy than women, and I noticed that. I don't think it matters necessarily. But anyways, these
They
things
may
that
have been
you're-
excluded from society, and that's why there's like a lack of interest in philosophy. Like I mean, have you ever read Mary Wollstonecraft's book on the vindication of the rights of women? Have you ever heard of her?
No.
She was this feminist philosopher that was basically like arguing like a Lockean theorem of wanting to give women rights. Like, it was just like, oh, we are bestowed with reason by God, and so we should be equal to that of men. It's just this wild book that's it's very like John Locke style. And it's like really interesting to see like a feminist in like the 1700s, like complete left field, like where it's like, I cannot believe this person wasn't hung. Like,
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's wild. I'll have to check her out. But yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah. Anyway, so I guess I just I wonder how much of this thing that we're doing with wanting muscles and these different things are based more on the ideas I was discussing, where if you were on an island where you grew up where all the males had boobs and then you had boobs, would you think, oh, I wish these were gone because the men only have boobs because it's a study and all of them are actors. Like something in your mind should tell you don't want them. But I just don't think that's true.
I think that women tend to grow boobs. Men do not tend to grow boobs. And so boobs will be seen as feminine just naturally. And it doesn't matter what culture you grow. I apologize. What culture that you grow up in, boobs are going to generally be seen as a feminine trait.
Even if everybody has them?
But everybody isn't going to have them.
Well, I meant in the study. So, like if you were the only one,
it's not really like you're determined that boobs will be on women.
Oh yeah, no, I'm referring to a study. So you grow up and you're the only one that's not in on it, and all the women, all the men, everybody in the society that you're in, like a Truman Show type thing, they all have breasts, all the exact size, and yours grows to that exact size. I don't think you would personally view that as feminine, and I also don't think you would want them removed.
I guess if in a vacuum, sure, but I just like I'm just simply saying that.
But I think somebody, a trans person in that society that had the mental state of thinking, I don't want to be this thing. Because if I didn't have this non-space sense of sex, if I felt a sense of sex but had my own mind the way it is, I would just leave. It'd be fine. If tomorrow I woke up as a woman, let's just say I was Rachel Ziegler. I woke up tomorrow as Rachel Ziegler. I would just be like, okay, I'll live this life now. And then because I'm being perceived as a woman, I would probably do a mixture of 50% of the things I naturally want to do. Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you like a bit of a more personal question.
Typed her name fast, but anyways, go on.
Why is that presenting? I don't want that to present. I was just Googling her.
Sorry, you had something on my screen that said to add to screens. It was from the last thing you brought up.
No problem. Okay. All right. So yeah. I just looked her up. I was like, I don't know names very well. I know faces. I'm not very good with names, but okay. Are you at all sexually active?
Yeah.
Okay. And so if you became Rachel Ziegler, you would would you just start having sex with men? Would you be okay with that? Really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I
that's
don't know.
Very different from what most people would. Yeah, they would be like, no, I would be intensely bothered by that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think honestly about it. And
are you bi?
No. I mean, I don't think so. I don't know. Have I pondered like different things? Like, would I be up for trying out a thing? I've never tried out a thing, and I doubt I would ever need to or whatever. I wouldn't classify myself as that. I only hesitate because, like, I don't know. I always hesitate on everything. But no, I'm married, and I've only ever dated women. Or females.
Okay, but then if you grow up a female, you'd just be perfectly okay with like being with a guy sexually.
Yeah. Sure. Well, I also might just become a lesbian. I don't know. If I had my exact mind, tomorrow I woke up the exact brain, but just inside Rachel Ziegler's body, and therefore my body would react the way hers would. So since I have lady parts or whatever, things would still feel good. I would just live my life as that person. Like I wouldn't think like if I cut my hair really short and remove these boobs and all these different things, I could get as close as I could to looking like a male.
Just so you know,
I could not imagine.
That's why. Yeah, because most people would not have your thoughts on that. They would want to return to what they were internally.
No way. Do you think so?
Yes, 100%.
I guess I don't ask enough people the question because I'm always looking for people to challenge my ideas. So people that agree with me on like the list I sent you, I don't get enough of a chance to talk to them. I have just a handful of people in the chat, but anybody in the chat, go ahead and let me know what you would do if tomorrow you
woke
up in
a
different body. Mine's just streaming to the channel that I sent to you that I talked to you from before. It's called Reasonable Vegan.
Reasonable
and I have
Vegan,
two,
yeah.
Yeah, I have two
And
different
you're a vegan?
channels. One, yeah.
Okay. I've
but
had
yeah,
some vegan debates with other people.
Gotcha. But yeah, there's just 5 people watching right now, and they're all chatting on the side. They're fighting about trans stuff. But I figured I would see what they would do. How about you? And this doesn't affect trans stuff, so you should just answer honestly. Not that I would think you wouldn't, but it doesn't have to go along with how trans stuff works out. But if you woke up, we'll just stick with Rachel Ziegler. If you woke up with her body tomorrow.
Oh, me, I'm bi. I wouldn't mind at all.
Oh, so you think
honestly,
there's a
that would be
connection
kind
with
of
somebody's
like,
sex and sexuality? Or maybe you don't. I don't know. That just popped into my head.
I don't
That
know.
might have been a dumb
I don't
thought.
know. Good question. I don't know.
Because whether you are or not, like for example, let's say I was severely unattracted to men, and therefore I woke up in a woman's body, I would just start dating women, and I would be a gay woman. I don't think what body you have or how you feel about it should be affected by who you're attracted to. Probably. I like to think that gay people don't think like, oh, since I'm gay, I wish I was in a different body.
Yeah.
Anyways, stuff we can ponder at a different time. But do you want to?
I wanted to look at the next one that you have here. He says, I have not been convinced that anyone should feel morally obligated to use they, them, or neo pronouns. So when I hear neo pronouns, I'm hearing like the Z, zim, zir thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just haven't. I don't really have like a lot of academic research specifically regarding like that. I know like that there's some like play and sociology regarding it. I don't see like any of that like show up in any like biological or neurological. And I think that in order to make a proper case for trans people, I need to walk away from talking about the sociology. Because what a lot of people do is they're like, okay, it's just pretend. It's in your head. It's make believe. It's like schizophrenia, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, there's an actual, it exists in biological determinism. And so I just walk away entirely from the sociological aspect and go right into the biological nature behind it. And so when it comes to neopronouns, I have not seen a single person request formally for like a neopronoun to be used outside of online spaces. I've just not observed that at all.
Let me
and
respond to that
honestly,
real
like
quick.
if there's like a neopronoun, like I would find hardly a single soul that would be like, oh, I just, they, thems is like impossible. You cannot possibly use they, them. You have to, they get offended if you use a they, them. Like, it's just silly. Like, obviously they, them is perfectly okay.
Okay. Well, how about this? And I agree with you, this is mostly just a kind of a talking point, for people online. And yeah, I've never had somebody ask me to use like a Z-Zim or anything like that. But if somebody came up to me, and let's say that neopronouns didn't even exist yet, and somebody came up to me and they overheard me referring to them as he, him, and they said, hey, I decided I want my pronouns to be Z-Zim, so if you ever talk about me, even if I'm not here, I'd like you to use this Z-Zim thing. Would it be bad of me in this case, it being the first person ever and it being a neo pronoun, if I just say like, hey, I like maybe someday, but right now I just don't want to do that, but I won't do he, him either. I'll just not say anything. Let's assume they, them doesn't exist for a second, just for sake of this conversation. And then I just say, I'll just use your name. Your name's Bob. I'll just say, yeah, Bob went over there, and yeah, Bob's going to come here in a little bit. And I won't do Z-Zim, and I won't do the one that bothers them. Would that be bad of me?
I don't think so. No. I mean, I don't think that you should feel morally obligated, but there's also like a sense of politeness that exists in just common parlance and everyday society. And you do this for all sorts of things, right? Like generally, if you go, say, for example, oh, your friend is saying, hey, we're going to go to like a fancy restaurant and you're invited. I'm buying, right? You're probably going to dress better than what you normally would dress as. You know, you're going to abide by certain societal expectations of you. Like you're not going to like go there wearing boxers, for example. I mean, is it legal that you go outside in boxers? Yeah. I mean, you're technically clothed, but also like, you know, people will, you know, you abide by a certain like what is appropriate versus inappropriate on a daily basis. And so when it comes to like using they, thems or he, she, you know, pronouns, like you want to use, it's simply you being polite, and it's just another thing of like just operating in polite society. Like there doesn't need to be any legislation. There doesn't need to be any, it's just you being polite. And it's like, you don't even have to believe in any of it. Like how many times, like, is it possible that, let's say, for example, you have a person who's like not a doctor, like, I don't know, a chiropractor or something. Sorry for if you're a actual doctor and a chiropractor. I don't like chiropractic. Okay. But, let's say you're a chiropractor, right? And then you sit and like, you're talking to them and, you know, you're just talking to them normally. And they're like, well, actually it's doctor. You know, I didn't spend that much time in like, I would probably just call them doctor, right? It would not bother me. It's no skin off my, like, I wouldn't go out of my way to like be mean to the person. Mm-hmm. You know, like, even if they're like, I don't know, a quack. Like if they're a quack, I still don't care. I just call them doctor just to get by through the day. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. And I'm a nice person and I like to be nice. So like when people refuse to call Blair White she, her, that throws me off. I get confused. If somebody asks my thoughts on it, like what I think they should do, I'd say just use she, her. Like what does it matter? And but at the same time, if people have this like strong stance that they think it's bad, like in the same sense that they think encouraging trans stuff by using she, her, they think it's similar to like anorexia or bulimia or whatever. I've heard that talked about, that they just don't feel like, they honestly, like their true feelings are that they don't want to encourage a thing that they think is like mentally unhelpful. I'd like to take people at their word. So for those people, even though I think they're going out of their way to do a different thing, I go like, okay, whatever. I'm not going to judge them harshly, but me, I will always do she, her, he, him for whoever wants it, unless I feel like they're messing with me. If
Like obviously, like what was that one person they like? There's, I'm trying to remember their name. They're like on Fox News. They're like a millionaire because I just like how popular they are. But they would just like wear makeup and a dress. Like, do you know who I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
Like, it was like this super conservative person that would just troll like people, like trans people, by wearing a dress and full makeup. And dude, this guy sat there and did this for months. He was like doing the gag and wearing the makeup, and he had like a different like outfit on like every day. Like, I'm just like, this dude is so committed to this. I'm just like, how is this person not actually trans?
Gotcha.
Okay, but okay. I wanted to move on though, because I see.
Okay.
I see
Real
here,
quick, somebody in chat is asking if you play RPGs, and if so, what gender ratio? I don't know what that means, but I'm
like,
guessing.
Okay, I do play role playing games. They're fun. Are you saying that like, which like do I pick male or female when it tells you to select a character? I typically pick male, sometimes female. Like, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. It's just like, I'm just playing the game and it's fun. That's all.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I wanted to talk about where it says here, physical intervention on minors. So should I read this whole thing, or should I just like stick to one at a time?
So the first three are the same, but it's just puberty blockers and yeah.
Let me just read all four, and then we'll see. Okay,
Okay.
this might be more of an issue with the okay, this is what you've typed. This might be more of an issue with the arbitrary line that we draw for adults, but I'm currently in favor of it being 18. One, I have not been convinced minors should be allowed any surgeries for trans reasons. Two, I haven't been convinced it's acceptable to offer puberty blockers for minors for trans reasons. Three, I have not been convinced that it is acceptable to offer HRT for minors for trans reasons. Quote, I am not too familiar with the effects of HRT on minors, so I might easily change my mind on this one. Four, I have not been convinced that minors should be made to share locker rooms with members of the opposite sex, although this highly depends on expectations and the amount of privacy offered. Okay, so I see that there's like a space here between the first three and the fourth one, because obviously the fourth one is very different from all the others.
Yeah.
So what I like to, what I would recommend to take a look at is, and somebody else educated me on it, was the WPATH standards of care. Have you ever heard of it?
I've heard some people talking about it. Yeah.
So specifically what it is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. It is something that has been around for a very long time. I will go ahead and share it right now so you can see it. Present. Share screen, I think. Share screen. Oh my God, this thing is so ridiculous. I hate this. All right. I think it's okay. So this is the standards of care. You can actually view the chapters of the SOC8, and the PDF is right here, where it will basically tell you exactly what is happening. I mean, you could just see the number of scientists that are actually involved in this particular, what they would consider to be like the standard of care regarding trans people and trans youth. I mean, we can go over specifically like what they argue under the basis of trans youth. But I mean, it goes through pretty much everything here.
Now, I am curious, before we do that, I want to ask you a couple questions, and then I kind of want to explain to you why my stance is what it is on the puberty blockers. But first, what would it take for you to be convinced that these guys got it wrong?
There would have to be a great deal of information that would basically like just disprove the entire thing. There would have to be like an overwhelming majority. It would have to operate at a biological level, and it would have to show like a greater standard of care or like a greater outcome, specifically regarding individuals with gender dysphoria.
Okay.
And like, mind you, right, most children, when they say that they are trans, it's a phase. Okay. And that's not a hot take to say. I don't think that should be a hot take. That should be pretty simple to understand. You have to understand it. Oh, by the way, hold on. I don't know why. Are you serious? This thing can't share just like the PDF? Hold on. Give me. I hate this thing. I don't like it. I don't like StreamYard. We should do this on Discord.
Okay, I don't have a Discord, but
that's fine.
I'll set one up soon.
All right, so hold on. Where was I?
You were talking about it's a phase for most people. And
Yes. So like, I think it's like over 90%. Like usually what happens is that there's like an assessment to determine whether or not that they actually have gender dysphoria as an adolescent. And if they do have gender dysphoria, then, and it's like particularly severe, they will assign hormone blockers. And then that gives, it's usually assigned for about roughly 2 or 3 years. And then it basically allows for time to pass where they do not go through puberty. They can decide whether or not that this is actually what they want, right? And so what happens when you are taking a pre-puberty, the human body is basically like sexually the same thing. Like the males and females are the same, save for the genitals, right? Everything else is pretty much the same. Bone structure is the same. Facial structure is the same. They're everything is pretty much the same. And so what they do is when you assign hormone blockers, it gives them time to figure out whether or not that they really feel like that they are not the correct gender. And then when they realize that they are not the correct gender for the next 2-3 years, then they will apply hormone replacement therapy, where they will use a suppressant of the chemical. Like, for example, if they're male, they would be getting testosterone. They would use testosterone suppressants and then providing estrogen and progesterone in order to feminize that person. They will, they basically, their entire body, they go through effectively a female version in the sense of male to female. They go into a more feminized version. And what's good about this is that, and this is highlighted by the WPATH, where when they go through this type of treatment, it reduces the need of invasive surgeries. So the invasive surgeries such as mastectomies, there could also be fat displacements that change, very, very risky. It's the same thing with facial reconstruction surgeries. There are all of these things that are very typical for trans people, but they ultimately lead to it is basically a riskier procedure to not have that standard of care. Right?
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let me ask a couple things, and then we can get into the details of it. So I don't have a strong understanding of the effects of puberty blockers. I know for a while they were talked about as reversible, and here's kind of how I look at the potential. Here's how I look at how I don't think it can ever be fully reversible. Let's say somebody goes through puberty for the most part between 12 and 18. If we just took somebody and cloned them and had two different versions of them, one went through puberty from 12 to 18, the other one went on puberty blockers for 3 years during that time. It doesn't matter if they were 13, 14, whatever. It could even be at 12. I accept that if they went on puberty blockers when they were 12 until they were 15 and then went off them, puberty would resume in a sense. But at the end of that 18-year mark, if you look at both individuals, you have a clone, the final person is not going to be the same, correct? Even if puberty started resuming somewhat after the blockers were stopped, right?
So when you are taking hormone blockers, there's risks to just about any drug that you take, from aspirin to, and puberty blockers are no different. Of course, that means that one of the risks is a fertility loss. Another risk that is a potential is the bone density loss. These pubertal blockers, right? One of the first one regarding the fertility loss. Well, that is to me, right? That sounds like a discussion between the doctor, the patient, the parent, right? Because I believe that the parent should be able to consent on behalf of the child in this situation. With that being said, it is different among different youths. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, I mean, just that each individual would react differently. Yeah,
so there can be different risks depending on different people between these two. The other one regarding the bone density loss is actually mitigated with a calcium supplement. That's all you need to do is they will tell you take a calcium supplement. So As soon as you get off puberty blockers, yes, that's exactly what happens. You go through puberty. As soon as you start going through puberty at an adolescent age and your body is turning into something that you do not want and is causing a great deal of gender dysphoria, then yes, typically hormone blockers are prescribed. And it is considered to be of relatively low risk. Right? And
Gotcha.
and there is not, by the way, FYI, full consensus on this. I do at least want to point out that there are numerous European countries that say the exact that to not use hormone blockers and that they can just kind of grow out of it. That's true for a majority, that they grow out of it, but that's not true for everybody. And I also want to point out that there has been an increase of right-wing extremism across the several European countries, which has resulted in effectively changing or how the health tends to view trans people and the evidence of trans people. And so they've walked back a lot, not on the basis of like an actual scientific literature, but actually on the basis of an ideological one. And so I think that the science is there, and it's only a matter of time before we all get on the same page. And if we are seeing mixed research, like one saying, okay, it is effective, the other saying it is not effective, such as, and it is empirically backed. Okay, then what that means is that it is likely a case-by-case basis, which just means you just talk to your doctor, and then if they're educated on this, which the WPATH suggests that you need to have special certifications to actually take on these types of patients, not just be a doctor, but you actually have to be trained in this. Then you can assign what is necessary and whatever is medically efficacious. I could show you.
Just so you know, there's somebody in chat that's asking to come on because they are extremely upset thinking that you are explaining something wrong. Should I bring them on, or should I set up a separate talk with them later?
No, they can come on. Sure, I don't mind.
I'll give them a chance to come on, and then I'm just going to share the link in here, and then if somebody wants to hop on, they can. And then I have an interesting route I want to go discussing this. Well, I also want to check out what you had brought up, but let's see if they hop on here. I'll give them like 20 seconds. Let's see.
Here, can I present here? I'm going to try to present this. I hate this share screen thing. I don't like it, dude. I don't like it. All right. Do you see it?
Okay. Yep, I got it.
Okay, so puberty blockers for transgender and gender diverse youth, and this is by the Mayo Clinic. It is a strong standard regarding gender affirming care. Puberty blockers can be used to delay the changes of puberty in transgender and gender diverse youth who have started puberty. The medicines most often used for this purpose are called gonadotropin releasing hormone, or GnRH analogs. The summary of their possible benefits, side effects, and long-term effects. When taken regularly, GnRH analogs stop the body from making sex hormones. That includes testosterone as well as estrogen. Sex hormones affect the primary sex characteristics such as sexual organs present at birth, including the penis, the scrotum, testicles, the uterus, ovaries, and vagina. And the secondary sex characteristics are the physical changes of the body that appear during puberty. Examples would be breast development and growth of facial hair. In people assigned male at birth, GnRH analogs slow the growth of facial and body hair, prevent voice deepening, and limit the growth of the penis, scrotum, and testicles. If people assigned female at birth, this treatment limits or stops breast development and stops menstruation. What are the possible benefits? Gender identity in the internal sense of being male, female, or neither, or some combination of both. Gender dysphoria is a feeling of distress that can happen when a gender identity differs from a person's sex assigned at birth from sex-related physical characteristics. Some transgender and gender diverse people experience gender dysphoria, others do not. For transgender and gender diverse youth who have gender dysphoria, delaying puberty might improve their mental well-being, ease depression and anxiety, improve social interaction with others, lower the need of future surgeries, and ease thoughts of actions of self-harm. Taking puberty blockers alone, however, without other medical behavioral treatment might not be enough to ease gender dysphoria. What are the criteria for the use of puberty blockers? In most cases, to begin using puberty blocker, an individual needs to show a lasting pattern of gender nonconformity or gender dysphoria. They must have gender dysphoria that began or worsened at the start of puberty. To address any psychological, medical, or social problems that could interfere with treatment, and be able to understand the treatment and agree to have it. This is called informed consent. So, here's the thing, right? What I'm trying to point out is the position regarding hormone blockers and gender affirming care. It is often, it is actually already quite conservative in its position. Right. It is already okay, this is the medicine. We can show that it does this. It's good. Okay. And then we go into best efficacy. Go ahead, Harmed. Sorry.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? I'm
Yes.
trying to get my earpiece to work because my microphone's not so bad, not so good.
Oh, I can hear you perfectly fine.
I'll give you a moment. I'm going to make some soda water. I will be right back. I'm out.
Sounds good.
I can still hear you though, just FYI. So
All right, Carlson, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
My earpiece out. So much for that investment. Hello?
Yeah, we can both hear you. Yep.
Yeah. I think Googling things and then trying to pontificate is not how to discuss this. I'm sorry, you guys. When it comes to the application of gynotropic antagonists, or whatever the fuck they're called, I was supposed to insert the techno name for the GRNS inhibitors. The thing with this is they're used 3 times as long as on label because they're being used off label for the purpose of adjusting how someone who's very young in their puberty, by the way, is to present at the other end as soon as we're done with all the other adjustments as per their preference. Problem is, while we're hammering away, rehashing Harry Benjamin era binary thought, a majority of the people who are chemically disfigured by this fad are young females, simple as. Now, you got to pardon my ire and rancor here. I too was damaged by this this fad, and so maybe you might hear it in my voice. There's some hell to pay, and some outlier and or interloper comes Googling and trying to defend the status quo, which you are. You are the man, by the way, and must be brought to heel. And remaining ignorant of the Yogacarta principles, which is the central charter of the W path, as far back as 2011, not 2012, is often bantered about and online and junk. But before everyone was terminally online, your childless white women and a handful of trans billionaires rather backed this usurpation of the application of Western science to remedy what was referred to as the transsexual phenomenon. Now, so for some reason, we're no longer calling it the transsexual phenomenon. And that's because trans is directly affiliated with the Yogacarta principles. Now, you like to Google a lot, Steve, so hop on that Google machine and look up Yogacarta principles, final fuckingly, and you'll notice that I'm actually talking about
Could you
something
ease on the
sweet.
cursing, though? Like, that's usually
No
not good for
longer be
the...
smug, like you were earlier during the chat. That's all I'm going to have to say. Okay? So I'm dealing with, I'm not only dealing with the personal damage, the unfuckability, the lack of a sex drive, all of that. So I'm differentiated from everyone else. But in the event that I feel harmed and I want to reach out to people and tell them about it, you're talking to a neutered individual without the balls and shit, and you can roll right the fuck over me. And I think it's just an outrage.
Can you stop cursing?
Nah, I'll try not to curse, but can you
Yeah,
also,
I mean, for the sake of
like
the
make
video.
with the Google search so that you can finally find out that I know what I'm talking about and you don't need to be a insert curse word towards me, as you would probably hear on the streets. So let's keep it real. Just saying. Come on.
Okay, let's
I'm a hard
Okay,
party,
I'm
and
trying
you
to
got
understand, I guess. I'm trying to
you know,
understand
that
your
grievance studies in the possession of progressive individuals is a cancer on society because they use it as a power grab. They used me as a power grab. I've harmed others, encouraging them to transition. I have to bring that to the grave. And you have to understand that it's not just being aggrieved, it's being involved in aggrieving others.
I'm not arguing what is like
it doesn't matter
to
what you're
force
arguing,
people to
don't you remember?
transition.
You got to trust the sciencey science, even though Yoga-Carta Principles is anti-Western science, and you refuse to look that up. So where are we at right now? Because you got to
Well,
understand.
I mean, I'm
there are people who are
operating
harmed
off
by
of.
this.
All right, do
Go
we
ahead.
want to have a discussion? We can have a back and forth, and you can disagree with me. But if you don't allow me to speak, I mean, there is no discussion. We can't have a discussion. Harmed.
We are having a discussion. It's just, you got to understand, coming out the gate, there's a lot of stuff where the left and progressives who try to co-opt the left, they hyper focus on a handful of things they're confident of winning at or whatever, and it excludes other input, and that's got to be heard before we go ahead and go back.
So I should point out that the purpose.
Expectation that you're going to reel me in and then cause me to come along quietly, to avoid being spontaneously disenfranchised, debanked, and then treated awful, and then you hand me a free needle when you finally give me that free tent somewhere in Oakland or whatever. You understand? You know, we all know the routine, guy. We all know it. So, okay, now it's your turn.
Okay, so the WPATH is, the purpose of the WPATH is to promote evidence-based care, education, research, advocacy, public policy, and respect in transgender health. It has been something that has been founded in 1979, 45 years ago.
False.
It is, that is not false.
False.
That
You're
is not
reading
false.
Wikipedia.
Yes, it's on Wikipedia. You can also observe
why
this.
would you use Wikipedia?
So the other issue is that if you can observe, they showed a revenue of $1,245,915 back in 2016, and the expenses was $1,144,284. What I'm trying to explain to you is that there's not big giant money.
Wikipedia. Yeah, I know. So you can Google it and find it on Wikipedia.
Whether or not it's on Wikipedia is not even an argument. Actually, all it is just trying to poison the well. I'm trying to point. Well, that's what that is. What I'm trying to point to you is that there's no big money and special interests that are thrown into this. There's really not a lot of money there. Okay, again, this is arguing under the basis of empirical research that has been carefully observed across multiple different fields of study. This is observed in the endocrinology. This is observed in the biology. This is observed. This is observed in the neurochemistry. This is observed in the embryology. All of these fields. It is also observed in the psychology. All completely separate fields of science that they are able to observe dimorphic differences based off of genitalia alone. Now, I understand that you are saying that you are a victim of the system, and I'm not saying that there aren't victims of the system. I agree with you, okay, and I sympathize that you had to go through that. That's a terrible scenario. What I would want is strong, rigorous care, so that way those who are legitimately transgender can get the care that they need, and that we do not create sweeping laws that remove people's autonomy to being able to live out a satisfying life.
So the sweeping laws are troublesome. We kind of agree on that because they can be used by the shit libs or the progressives as soon as they do as they often do.
I mean, I'm a liberal. I don't see why
I'm pretty
arguing
sure
liberalism is a
one
bad.
defines a liberal has been usurpated, not unlike Harry Benjamin's standards of care have been usurpated by
Yeah, again, the
liberal
W path is
teenagers.
not a single person. The W path is hundreds and hundreds. It's 2,700 different doctors as of 2021 with only $1 million in revenue.
Yeah, how does that work, bro?
It's people that are interested in this research. They research and then they provide that research so that way they come up with evidence-based care.
Yeah, so in other words, citing the 990 form of a 501c3 doesn't really explain all of the youth centers opened up to create Darwin Awards and people who cannot reproduce and zipitits and
Trans people can reproduce.
No nip, not lops, and a majority of our
Trans
our
people
young,
can reproduce.
young women getting sucked into this fad.
Trans
And
people
so
can reproduce.
Some can.
Okay,
And they-
so
they
the argument
produce
that they can't
troublesome
reproduce is kind of
results,
silly, isn't it?
however. What?
The argument that they cannot reproduce is kind of silly, isn't it? Right? Because you just contradicted yourself. That you were saying that they can't reproduce, and then I ask you, can they reproduce? You say, yes, some can reproduce. They can reproduce.
They can reproduce troublesome results.
A trans woman can provide
So when
sperm,
we interrupt,
and,
we
and,
don't
and a trans
understand
man
that
can get
the
pregnant.
rhetorical device
That
we
exists.
learned how to reflexively own the conservatives or whatever the crap is going on right there is not.
This
what
is
we're
not an
talking
argument
about.
of like
What
own the
we are
conservatives. I'm
talking
arguing under the
about
basis of
is
evidence-based
affirmative-only
care.
application Of
Okay,
trans
well,
medicine, which
on.
pushes a kid
I
to
gotta
continue to transition. You
Yeah.
cannot back out because it's politically untenable.
I gotta
That's the part
pause.
that you don't seem to understand.
I don't.
Why
I'm
the
not
numbers are
arguing
so
this on the
intense.
basis of politics. I'm arguing
Nah,
this on the
dude, it
basis
is
of
fucking
evidence-based
political.
care.
Don't you
It's not
fucking know?
political. It's a series of
it
psychologists,
is political,
psychiatrists,
darling.
neurobiologists, all coming together to
No,
the
all
same
of that is
conclusion.
that's nonsense.
I don't know what to
Reason
tell you.
being is
That's
'cause
not
we're no longer
nonsense. I've been
discussing
providing
Western
paper
science.
after
I told
paper.
you
You've
already.
provided no studies. You've provided no information.
I'm gonna pause
I
you
don't
guys
have
real
to
quick.
provide you with studies, sir. I owe you nothing. Here's
Okay.
how we.
Okay.
This is
I'm
how
gonna-
we move forward.
Okay,
You
hold on.
look at Harry
I
Benjamin.
gotta hold on.
you
Okay,
look
I gotta
at-
mute you. I'm sorry. I gotta mute you. I don't know if you're muted on First Amenders end, but I had to mute you. I want to pause you guys real quick because I got to go here in a few minutes, and I wanted to ask First Amender a few more things. But I do want to re-ask a question for you to him that's similar to one that I had asked earlier. This person had stated that a handful of things you mentioned were organizations that were captured. Is there ever an organization that you think is captured, and what would it take you, First Amender, to think that an organization is captured? Or if somebody makes the claim, what would they need to show you to make you feel it was captured?
I would probably have to see like, okay, well, where is the money flowing? Is it very clear that it is coming from some, like for example, like, is it a good example, like on the left, is it funded by the Young Turks, right? That would be an example of like, okay, that's obviously ideologically driven. And the same thing on the right, where it's like, okay, you have like, is this funded, for example, by the Heritage Foundation? That's where I would probably start raising red flags. But the W Path again is not any of those types of organizations. You're talking about a 501c3 that operates on the basis of evidence-based care. And certainly there are people that fall through the cracks, and it's sad that there are people where something like that can happen. That's why this evidence-based care is so necessary, right? We should not be pushing away from it, but rather in favor of it. So that way there's less and less people that get care that they actually need versus what they do not need.
Gotcha. Okay. So, guest, thank you for coming in. I'm going to have to give you the boot, but I want to tell you one thing real quick. I would love to set up a debate between you two that I moderate, and maybe it could be a 2v2 where we bring in some other people if you both want that. Also, if you just want to go talk with First Amender, his link is in the description of this live stream. And you can go there whenever he does his lives. I believe is on Thursdays. But I got to give you the boot now just because I only have a few minutes to ask some questions. But thanks for coming on.
Hang on a second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So Henry Benjamin's Standards of Care, version 6, did not have the Yogyakarta principles in the central charter. Henry Benjamin Standards of Care was not called WPATH. When the relabeling happens, it happens because Henry Benjamin was no longer alive, and the next generation took it over and politicized it. And you can see that if you just review version 6.
But it's not a single doctor. It's thousands of
Holy
doctors.
crap! I'm telling you that the central charter was introduced.
I have no idea who. I'm just saying I don't know who this Harry Benjamin person is. I'm operating under the basis of the WPATH standards.
Well, then in
it doesn't matter what a single person is saying.
In 1978, it was Harry Benjamin. And you would know that if you knew about this, but you don't. And so I'm trying to explain to you that I shouldn't be kicked. And you should know that in 1978,
he's just telling you that he has to go. That's all. Like, they're not kicking you because Carson.
Okay, good. Well, then there's that. But so
okay,
you can look up Harry Benjamin, but instead you want to go ahead and play the game where you've owned me or whatever.
Yeah.
There is no owning. This is not like an owning. Why are you being so antagonistic?
I'm being antagonistic, so I'm remembered. That's how that works.
Okay,
gotcha.
So this is literally
what you guys
just
did
theater for you.
Well, no, it's not.
You literally just self-owned yourself because you were just saying how I was operating in bad faith, but you just admitted that you yourself are operating in bad faith just to get clicks.
No,
that's wild.
I'm operating like a fucking. I'm acting like, bro. I'm using the same tactic that ACT UP uses. Yeah. They were very progressive. In fact, beyond that,
it's not sounding very effective.
Okay, well, I got
too bad because Harry Benjamin is actually.
Sorry, I muted you. I got to remove you from the stream, but seriously, thanks for coming on. And if you guys do want to and can have a civil conversation, we'll set up a debate sometime. All right, take care. Okay, we're back. I got to hop off here in a few minutes, but I wanted to ask you a couple questions about the puberty blocker thing. So if somebody that was not trans at all, that was just convinced, let's say for some reason, all their friends truly were trans and they wanted to go along with it or whatever, and they went on puberty blockers, but they weren't trans in any way, does that idea, is that bothersome to you? Let's say they don't get convinced to do other things.
Yes, it is. I have seen, there are certain pathways that people can take. Like I know, for example, there's like, I've heard, and I haven't been able to confirm it, Planned Parenthood, where they would just do one appointment and then hormone blockers. And it's just, I believe it takes more than just that. I think you do need to vet it. I think it does need to be carefully considered, so that way it is not, you do not end up with a negative outcome, right? Where it's like, it's just a fad. I operate under the basis of evidence-based research, the WPATH standards, not under the basis of some ideology.
Yeah, I gotcha. So what numbers would it take to, like, let's say out of every 100 people that went on puberty blockers, 5 of them were not trans and they were negatively affected by it, but the other 95 were trans and it had a benefit to it.
Yeah.
In my mind, and I'd love to be tested
that
on
would,
this.
by the way, that would be highly successful, FYI. Like, there are negative outcomes for all sorts of different drugs that we hand. I mean, heck, we give our kids Ritalin, like, and sometimes Ritalin works great, in others not so great, right? Again, it's just an operation of the doctor doing their job and analyzing their patient and see if it's actually doing the effect you want.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. I feel bad if anybody has a bad life. I don't like that. But if somebody has a bad life based on, I'll just throw out the word nature for fun. I feel different about that than if somebody was made to have a bad life. So I would rather, I think, and I could be wrong, it's just off the top of my head, if 95 were successful and benefited from it, but 5 had a downside, I think I would rather it not happen. Same thing with like prisons.
So let me ask you this, would you ban cars?
No.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, right, what is the probability of getting into a car crash and getting injured or killed?
Yeah.
It's actually a stunningly high probability, but we still drive around in cars.
Yeah, but so everybody deciding to drive a car now kids are forced to be in cars, so that is a bummer, and maybe that element can be factored in. But as far as the drivers of the cars, they're all old enough to decide, okay, I'm aware car crashes exist.
Well, you could be as young as 16 and start driving a car.
True, which is another interesting
Right? As a
element
minor.
because of and so it does make it complicated. But another example, real quick, like I would rather 100 guilty, horrible people go free and not go to jail than to have them all go to jail and one innocent person be executed. Like I think there's just a huge difference between like I don't view everything just based on the overall outcome. I think there's a huge difference. Like if somebody is born a certain way and as they grow up because of how they were born, they have a sad life, that sucks. And I wish we could fix that. But if fixing that meant harming someone else, it's kind of like the doctor taking a healthy patient to take 5 of their body parts, like their organs out to save 5 people. I don't think that's morally acceptable. And this isn't like that. It's not fully analogous because that's obviously directly killing somebody to save 5. But it feels something like that where I think the risk, it wouldn't, to me, and I'm curious to see with you, would even 50-50 be fine? If 10 people came in to go on puberty blockers.
If you're talking a 50-50, that would just be you really, really, whatever we're doing to vet is not working, right? And that needs to be changed. But the actual medication can actually be is quite effective in specific scenarios. So like if you're seeing that much of a problem, then the vetting needs to change, not necessarily access to the medication.
But even if the vetting should change, but let's say for some reason it doesn't, if 100 people came in and you knew that 60 of them were going to have better lives because of going on puberty blockers, but 40 of them were actually not trans and not going to have good lives, would you view that as worth doing, even though the vetting should be better? If it wasn't and that were to happen and you could click the button, would you rather that?
That's a risk that I believe needs to be a discussion between the patient and the doctor. Right? Because then they can come to an informed decision. And by the way, the WPATH standards require, in order to receive hormone blockers, a fully informed decision from the parent as well as the child. Everybody has to be on board regarding this. Yeah. And if there is any hint of it not being a well-informed decision on the relative risks, then it is not recommended.
Okay.
Right? That's the WPATH standard.
Okay. Well, let's say hypothetically, we recognize because of how our society is that maybe girls in...
I apologize. I'm shaking because my cat is smushing her face into my camera. My apologies.
You're fine. Let's say that teenage girls wanted bigger boobs and they wanted to get breast implants, and we started letting that happen at 13. And let's say
we already do.
Oh, do we at 13? For real?
I don't know about 13, but we already allow minors to have breast implants. Yeah.
What? Okay. Well, let's say it doesn't happen at 13. And whether it does or not, I'm curious to hear if you think it should, even if the outcome, if emotionally they just feel like they would have better teenage lives with all the people being attracted to their boobs in school. If we knew that the outcome was going to be nice.
I could be wrong here.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just.
But whether wrong or not, what would you want? Would you be fine with it? and I'm not saying it's necessarily the same thing. I'm just curious. And we can link it to other
Yes.
things.
So it says in the United States, minors under the age of 18 cannot obtain plastic surgery without parental consent. So they can
Okay.
get breast augmentation as a minor. Yes.
Yeah, with parent consent. Yeah, and I think it's similar with like tattoos
But again,
and
like
stuff.
this is a discussion of risk, and we already apply medicines under the basis of how much risk it's going to be. Again, that's a discussion between the doctor and the patient and the parent in the case if it's a child, and so that's not different for any other medication. Right? We apply medications all the time and procedures all the time that carry a certain level of risk, right? Root canals can be risky. So can wisdom teeth removal. I don't think kids are getting wisdom teeth, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And so I think there is a question to be had here of, is it good or not? What are the extremes? What things might we look back at and go, oh, we made a huge mistake here and that kind of thing. So that's why I want to.
Well, the current evidentiary standards is it is effective. We can see that this leads to better outcomes, and then obviously if there's something that is more efficacious, I'm all for it. Right? I'm not married to like, oh, you must do this. No, I want what is best for the patient and people to live a better life. That's what my argument is.
Gotcha. If it turned out, like, let's say 10 years from now, it's discovered that it was a huge mistake, puberty blockers should stop being used at all outside of precocious puberty, would you be extremely shocked because you feel convinced enough now?
So because of how much research there is, it is not going in that direction. So I would be shocked by something like that. That would be but if there was evidence in that direction, then fine, fair enough. I go in the direction of the evidence. And what I have found overwhelmingly is that the people that argue against this have done no reading on this topic whatsoever. And they just, they're following TikTok and they're following Twitter and they're listening to right-wing YouTubers, and that's their knowledge. They haven't read a single book on this topic. Right.
Yeah.
And it is overwhelming. It's overwhelmingly a lack of education on this subject and a lack of communication, maybe even on behalf of the science community in failing to engage people, laymen in this discussion.
Yeah. And I think you're probably right. I mean, I know myself, I've read some abstracts of some studies. I read a little bit of, some meta-analysis on things within this topic, but I have not read much at all. When I discuss this, I mostly discuss it as, if this were the case, then how would I feel here, and here? And my biggest concern is permanent things when it comes to children. And I don't know, again, like when it comes to the idea of letting 16-year-olds drive, or with a parent's permission, 16-year-olds can get like tattoos and stuff like that. I just, I think it's a complicated mess. And I think probably the way to know if you're talking to somebody that's genuine about it is how they view adults. If they say, okay, adults do anything trans you want, kids, there's a concern, then you know at least whether they're right or wrong. They're being genuine about it. And I just think it's something I want to look into more. I think it would be interesting to discuss like what development happens to make it to where a 16-year-old can decide things like tattoos or a double mastectomy, or things like that. But anyways, I do got to hop off here. But I
Sadly,
really enjoyed
we couldn't
this
get
talk.
through your whole list, but not bad. Yeah, I did enjoy the talk.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, let's set up another one, and I'm setting up some debates on a separate channel soon if that ends up being something you're interested in.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if you want to have me on, I mean, I'm anybody that wants to debate me, I'm an open book. Come on it, and we'll have the debate.
Awesome. Sounds good. Okay. Well, thanks for talking, and you have a good one.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
That was fun. was pretty fun. Can I go back to playing my game now? We were learning about a card game in Final Fantasy VIII. I'm also taking calls. So the phone number is 202-998-5218. If you particularly disagree with me for whatever reason, the phone number is right there. Give me a call. Let's have the discussion. Okay, so I'm looking at this roll here. I am going to get the audio working. Hold on, let me see what's going on. Where's the audio? Where's the audio? Settings. Audio? Oh, no, it's paused. It's paused. Yes, it's paused. Hold on. System. Ah, there we go. That is so weird that I can, like, hear it. Like, even though it's at 0. That's so odd. Okay. Same wall uses battle area, the frame, 1 card, 4 sides using the same rule. Wall is assumed to have a value on all sides. Elemental changes the number value of the card depending on the elemental property. When a card and slot match the elemental properties, the number value increases by 1. If elements do not match, the card loses 1 from the original number value. Open. All cards are face up. Random. Cards are chosen at random. Sudden death. Play until someone wins. Okay. Cards are traded when the game is over. The winner takes 1 card from the loser in the basic trade rule 1. There are many trade rules besides 1. Pay attention to trade rules before you begin the game. Direct. Take cards you turned over, but lose cards turned over by the opponent. Diff. Winner takes the number of cards by which... Oh, shoot. Where is my chat? Oh, someone's... Okay. +1 the number, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. All. Winner takes all the cards from the loser. Okay. Jesus. Take written test to raise seed rank. I can't take that. Review seed written test. Icon explanation. Fire. Ice. Is that really going to be my icons? Fire and water look the exact same. They're very, very similar. But okay. Death. Poison. Petrify. Darkness. Silence. I mean, this is all... We'll figure it out. Collector of Music says, can I call you on Discord? Yes, you can call me on Discord. All right, hold on. Let's see. HP, strength, vitality, magic, spirit, speed, evade, hit, luck. This will be okay. This is fine. Okay. And then the info corner. Oh my goodness. I think we already did this. All right, so we did that part. That was the tutorial. And then the basics. Oh, Jesus. Refer to the tutorial. About magic. All right. We've already read the tutorial. About garden. Facility rules. Student rules. Seed info. I'm getting bored here. I'm going to get the heck out of this. I think I've collected enough information. Let's move on. I'm done. Yeah, I'm just forget it. I'm done. We're done. That is a terrible way to communicate information. Like, instead of like, because like right now I'm playing a game, right? Like, why not make it interactive and fun as opposed to like, I don't know, like, oh, read this list. I'm late. Ugh. Are you okay? Gonna be brooding. No. I'm not a brooding person, so I'm gonna there. Teehee, I'm fine. Sorry, I was kind of in a hurry. Oh yeah, hey, did you just come from that class? Is homeroom over? Woo! Oh no! This place is so much bigger than my last garden. Oh, hey. I just transferred here. Do you think you could give me a quick tour of this garden? Sure. Woohoo! All right, let's go. We'll take the elevator to the 1F lobby and I will show you the directory. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Oh, hey, would you like to have these? My brother gave me these cards, but they're really not my thing. You can have them if you like. What? How do you play a card game? I think it'd be best to look at the card game explanation in the tutorial. I really don't know much about it, really. If you want to play with these cards with someone, talk to them by pressing square. But keep in mind, not everybody is a card player. Oh, and by the way, I don't play. So don't bother challenging me. Okay. Cool, free cards. Sick. Oh, dude, sick. Oh, cards. let me look at the cards. I want to see them. Oh, dude, sick. Oh, what do you got? It's cards, bro. Hold on. How do I circle? Okay, circle. Card. Oh, what do we got here? We got Geezered. We got Geezered here. We got Funguar. Rain says FF8. Yes, this is Final Fantasy VIII. I've never played Final Fantasy VIII, and I want to play it. We got Red Bat. Do you like Red Bat? We got Gala. We got the Gesper. Oh, they're coming in. We got Elemental Earth. What? Wait, we got Festitokalon F. Festitokalon F. And then we got the Caterchipillar. Okay. Well, there you go. This ought to be good. All right. My cat is messing with my camera again. Pepper, what are you doing, bubbies? Little lady, what are you doing? I swear, she just wants attention. Okay. All right, I'm happy with this. Okay. Go this direction, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. You're going to watch me play this for the first time. I've never played. Squall. That's the directory. My name is Squall. I'm only... holy crap. Dormitory world. This is it. Balam Garden is pretty big, so it's a good idea to check where you want to go and then select it here. I have a question. How do you use this? Move the cursor and press X to select. Wow, amazing. Holy crap. We're like breaking new freaking walls here. I mean, there's no way I could have figured that out. Next, I'll give a quick explanation of the various facilities. Oh, great. You will find the dormitory to the north. A majority of the students live in the dorms. There aren't too many students who commute. Yeah, I'm in the dorms too. You can rest and change in there. Imagine Squall just talking to this random girl. He just, by the way, in the dorms, you can rest and change in there. Yeah, you can, Squall. West of North Block is the cafeteria. There is always a big rush for the hot dogs. You better get used to waiting in line. East of the North Block is the parking lot. We usually take a garden car when an admission comes up. The front gate is located at the south. That's right. I have to go meet Instructor Treppe at the front gate. Huh? What's the matter? Nothing. Next, we have Quad. The Quad, located at the West Block. There's an event being planned there. I know. It's the Garden Festival. It's going to be great. I'm going to be planning to be on the committee. Do you want to help out too? Let's just continue. South of the West Block is the infirmary. This is where you get treated for injuries, but a lot of students just come here for advice. What's the doctor's name? Dr. Kadawaki. Now, East Block. This is the training center. It's only the facility open at night. It's used for training, and they have real monsters running loose there. So if you don't take it seriously, you could end up dead. Okay. South of the East Block is the library. There's a lot of material you can look up here, but the terminals in the classroom are a lot more efficient. And you already know about the classroom on the second floor, right? Yeah, I remember that one. By the way, the headmaster's office is located on the third floor, so you need permission to get in. Another question, what's the headmaster's name? Headmaster Sid, dude. Why am I giving Squall a like a California surfer accent? Rain says, did you have any good calls? It's early for me, so I just woke up. There was a debate, or there was a discussion earlier, and a person was in the discussion, and they were like completely crazy. Pepper, why are you biting? Let go. Oh my God, my cat is a dick. Pepper. Why'd you do that? Okay, I'm sorry. I think I upset her. I upset my cat. She wouldn't let go of my hand. All right. Squall, that's about it. Anything else? Got it. All right, great. Got news for you, right? If you ever played Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VII did not start with this tone, right? Like the tonal shift is wildly different. All right. Thanks a lot. Okay. Save point. Access the menu. Save your game. Okay. All right. All right, we're saving. I can do that. Bubbies, why are you mad at me? Wait, did I do it? Okay. That's weird. It like you have to. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Data saved. We're done. Okay. Now we can. I mean, do I need to use the directory? I'm supposed to go to the front gate. Am I not? Directory. Okay. Front gate. What's up? God, I hate that name. That's an awful name. Quistis? Bruh. They did it. Her parents did her dirty, bro. They were like, what's your name? Quistis. Oh, good. I have a few things to explain before we head off. I'm sure you do. GF gives us strength. The stronger the GF, the stronger we become. So here's a brief explanation on the junctioning of GF. I already read this in the tutorial. We did this. We did this. Bro, Final Fantasy, you're doing me dirty. Oh my God. Bruh. Bruh. If you were going to, I thought that they were just gonna like let me skip this if I read the tutorial. I read the tutorial. I did the homework. Why am I doing this? Bruh, dude, this is, you gotta be messing with me. That's just wild. Bobro says there's girlfriends in FF8 apparently. Yeah. Dude, just this is you're doing me dirty. I just have to like get through this part. Dude, this sucks. All right, thank you. Thank you. Glad we went through that. Yeah, they're like at any moment you can use the tutorial in the menu. Once we get to Fire Cavern, I'll explain how to junction magic. Use the command draw during battle and stock magic from your enemies, and be sure to have some stocked. Okay. The Fire Cavern is used for a test is located at east of here. Okay. Rain says, you ever play Fable, Amender? I had a dream about that game. Fable is fun. That's a great game. Do I just follow the road? Or can I just like, is the fire? Oh, battle. Battle. Guys, battle. Look. I want to listen to the music. Squall. The R1 is the trigger. Pull as you strike. What? Same for the Renzukokoken. Okay. That's cool. Wow, dude. This FPS is trash. I'm here for it. But I don't know about that FPS. Why is the game running at 15? Now it's at 60. Yeah, I mean there's nothing like preventing it. It was just designed to run at low FPS, I guess. That's wild. All right. Let's just take a look at some stuff here. Junction menu for Quistis. Okay. Let's junction stuff. I'm going to junction the girlfriend. Let's give her Shiva. Wait, can you do multiple? Yeah, you can. Oh, crud. Did I just screw something up? Okay, you can undo it. Okay. So I'll give her Shiva. And junction some magic. What is happening? Choose a slot to junction. Oh my goodness. All right, we don't have any magic yet. I think it's because of let me junction the Squall. Junction. Let's junction a girlfriend. All right. Bobro says, dang, I might have to turn you off soon to conserve phone battery. Oh, that sucks. Get your charger. There's a new one. I never played the first one. What did the other two lose? I think it's coming out this year. Okay, so Rain says, I never liked... Oh, crap! Wait, they can actively attack? Bruh. Can I pause? Okay, I can't pause. Okay. I just have to be aware that... Yeah, pause. Okay. I thought it was just like standard turn-based. Dude, this FPS is... I am not happy about this FPS. Yeah, it's running at 15 on purpose. Let's see. Next level. We acquired 90 XP. Okay. All right. Girlfriend received 1 AP. Rain says, the third one is a mess where it loads a whole new area every time you want to open your menu and put a new piece of clothing on. It's really bad. Okay, junctioning magic. Now pay attention. It could be explaining how to utilize the magic you have stocked. Oh my god. Dude. Junction magic. By junctioning magic, you can raise the character stats. The GF has learned the ability to junction onto stats. That particular stat will be displayed in white by selecting a junction here. The GF and magic commands will appear. You are able to junction magic by selecting magic. When magic is selected, a list of magic appears. Use the cursor to select which stat to junction. When strength is selected, choose the magic with a cursor. You can now see the stat value changes with each magic. When magic is selected, the magic will be displayed at the next stat and the value will change. The only magic can be assigned to each stat. However, there is no need to junction magic ability. Magic manually one by one. Select auto after junctioning. Auto junctions magic automatically. There are 3 commands to choose from. Attack favors strength. Mag favors the magic, and defense favors raising HP. Thus, magic can be junctioned easily by using auto. For example, let's select the attack junction. Oh my god, dude. Magic has been junctioned in favor of strength. This concludes the magic junction tutorial. Okay, great. Fabulous. I'm sure I'll learn more about it. Oh my god. You know how to use your gunblade? I think it's R1, but I'm not sure. Displays basic data. The first status screen is just HP, strength, and etc. Dude, this is wild. Second screen shows all the status and elemental related information. The third status screen shows GF related information. The fourth status shows the limit break information. Squall's gunblade settings can be changed in the limit break screen. There are 2 settings, Gunblade Auto and Renzokuken Indicator. Renzokuken. If select Gunblade Auto is set to on, Renzokuken hits automatically without having to press R1. However, a perfect may not be possible with this option. You must select it to off. And press R1 manually at the right time. Okay. And the Renzokuken indicator, oh my god, is turned to off. The indicator will not be displayed during Renzokuken. If the Gunblade Auto option is turned to off, then the Renzokuken indicator is turned off automatically. That's all for Squall's Limit Break. How much more information are they going to feed me, guys? Help. I've been inundated with so much crap. Can I junction stuff? Magic? Okay, so my spirit. I don't have anything to junction. There's nothing to junction. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're just going straight here. Why so much? Why so much exposition? Not exposition, but explanation. To obtain a low-level girlfriend, a seed member must support. Are you ready? Yeah, sure. I'm ready. I'm his support. Instructor number 14, Quistis Treppe. Treppe? Select a time limit. Choose one suited to your ability, challenging yet reasonable. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Do I do longer or less? Fuck it. 10 minutes. Screw it. Let's just see what happens. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know what I'm doing. What? Okay, crap. I have 10 minutes. We gotta go. We gotta go. My job is to support you in battle. Everything else, fine. Often choke when this test time comes. This charm makes me nervous. Whatever. I'm just kidding. Just keep you relaxed. That's all. Go, go, go. How do I know when I'm supposed to press R1? We don't have a lot of time. We got to move. Okay. Bomb, an elemental monster. Use an ice attack for these. Check the monster's weaknesses with scan. Okay. I don't have scan. I just have attack because I haven't junctioned anything because I'm stupid. I have to figure out how to junction things. This is not good. I don't know what I am doing. I don't know what I am doing. They're telling me to use scan and I can't use scan. I have no way to heal myself either. This is not good. We're not starting off good. How many hits do they take? Goodness. We got bats. This is wild, dude. Imagine like there being a timer for a turn-based game. And the timer's still going in the turn-based game. What happens if I fail the timer? Is it just like, hey, game over, and then here's another tutorial? I gotta figure out what to do. The models look great though in this game. I mean, you know, it's even better than Legend of Dragoon, guys. All right. We gotta figure this out. Hold on. Circle. Okay, hold on. Is the timer still going? Hopefully not. Let me see here. Junction. Quistis. Ability. Sets ability. Okay, she's got attack, but we can do draw. Draw's good. We can summons a guardian force and then item. And then we don't have any abilities, so that's fine. We'll look at the next person. Squall. Ability. We got attack. We're going to use magic. And then we're going to guardian force. And then item, I think, is going to be the move. Okay. All right. We got magic now. We can draw. We can do stuff. We have 5 minutes. Go, go, go. Oh my goodness. What are we going to do? We got 5 freaking minutes, bro. How do I know when I'm supposed to strike? How do I know? How do I know when I am supposed to strike with the gun lance? How does that work? The tutorial didn't cover that. All right. I mean, the game's like not good yet, but I mean, hopefully it gets better. Like, this is not a good start, is my point. I am out of time. We got 4 minutes. The timing is going, even though. All right, cool. Let's fight Ifrit. Dude, the thing looks amazing. What a great model. Fire. Brrr. Magic. We have no magic. Wait, what? What just happened? Draw. Fire. Cast. Oh, no. Stock. Attack. Item. Okay. Receive 2 fires. Okay, so like you can like that's so weird. What a weird. Go. How do I know when I'm supposed to R1? Hold on, let's try this. No. Impudent humans. Hi, Pepper. You're back. I'm sorry, baby, we got mad at each other. But you're back. I love you, though. How do I know when I'm supposed to R1 slice or slash? How do I know? We have 3 minutes. We have no time. Like why are... He's using fire. How much damage are we talking? No, we're all right. Do I have any items? Do I have anything? Can I do anything? GF. Shiva. Yeah, let's go. Crap. That looked bad. We're going to summon Shiva and do cool stuff. Item. Potion. Potion. On Squall. It's kind of cool. All right. Is Shiva coming? Are we getting Shiva? Diamond Dust! Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Cool. This is immediately cool. Dude! Whoa, bro. She's naked. Yeah, Shiva's gonna wreck Ifrit. Dude, I love how the animation is continuing. And they have Shiva! GF. Quetzalcoatl. Nope. We are not doing that. Or, yeah, we'll do that. Okay, Quetzalcoatl. And then we're going to attack. Go, go, go! Fire! Not Quithith. Cast your spell. Come on, do Quetzalcoatl. Alright. I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring out this game. It's a little weird, but... Thunderstorm! Dude, I have 1 minute and there's an animation playing. Bruh. They're doing me dirty, guys. Okay, that's cool. I'm here for it. Now, can you, like, finish your animation quickly, please, so we can continue? Oh, my goodness. Does it deal good? Okay, not a lot. All right, that's not enough damage. Is it dead? Is it dead? Poncho! We need to, like, hurry. Like, the ATB system is not my friend here. Don't do animations. Like, we should just be attacking. We are out of time. We are out of time. There is no time. Just smush A. Oh my god. And he casts a spell, and if he casts a spell, we gotta move. We gotta move. We don't have enough time. There's not enough time. There's not enough time. There's not enough time. There's not enough time. I got 10 seconds. Just die, Ifrit. Die! No, we have 5 seconds for me to lose to a human. Wait, did I do it? Did I do it? I did it! Didn't receive XP. Revives GF from KO. Okay. Here's my card. This is Ifrit. Here's my card, bro. There isn't much time. Let me go over this real quick. Good. You got yourself a girlfriend. If you junction that girlfriend, you'll be able to use the LMJ ability. Here's an explanation on elements. Oh my god. I hate these explanations. They could change basic parameters such as well as elemental parameters. By junctioning a GF with an elemental junction ability, as magic is junctioned. Bro, what is happening? The ELAD slot above HP turns white, indicating an elemental junction. When left is selected, the elemental junction screen appears. Am I just like too brain rotted to care about this? First, select a stat to junction. Like, bro, what is going on? Choose a magic to finish the junction. However, non-elemental magic like Cure cannot be junctioned. Hi, Peppers. Elemental junction affects attack and defense differently. Guys, help. Help. Junction LM attack. Links an element to a character's attack. Okay. The percent indicates how much of the attack's damage is linked to that element. Okay, I'm done. Okay. At maximum value of 100%, the attack becomes entirely elemental. Ice is at 50%. This means the damage increases by 50%. When junction to element defense, the damage of that element is reduced. Reduction of damage shown in percentage at 100% damage is reduced to 0. Fire to 20% because element defense is at 80%. Star is displayed when the value goes over 100%, indicating that the damage is absorbed. In this state, you can absorb the amount of damage indicated in percent. In this example, 50% of the fire damage is absorbed. Multiple magic types can be junctioned to elemental defense, especially on the GF's ability. Junctioning multiple magic types with the same element for a cumulative effect. Try junctioning different magic to check the effect. You can also select automatically to junction the most effective elemental magic. This concludes the elemental junction tutorial. Okay. There's a lot of fire elemental monsters here, so a junction of Blizzard to your element attack. You'll have an easier time with fire elemental enemies. Okay. Junction magic up to attack, I guess. Junction. Remove all junction. What? Alright, I can't use magic, but I can draw. And then this is Guardian Force. Where do I find the thing that they were talking about? Bobro says, your girlfriend sounds powerful, Amanda. Thank you. Here you go, Squall. Free health. G returner revives GF from KO. Remedy. Cures abnormal status. Tint. Okay. This is like way more complex than just Final Fantasy VII. Like, bruh. Just auto, like, let me see. Just Squall Junction. Remove all junction magic. Why can't I set him to auto? Alright, whatever. Rain says, it's alright though. I got what I wanted at a Fable TLC, so I'm good. If I ever need that magic, I play it again. I done no-hit runs, all magic runs, and all morality options. Yeah, Fable's cool, man. Cool game. I should replay it. That would be a fun game to play. All right, now we should be able to just kind of explore around a bit. Found a draw point. Fire found. Who will draw? Squall. It's a lot of fires. What is that? It looks cool. Let's draw. Stock. What did we get? Did we get anything cool? I received 2 thunders. What about this one? Stock. I got 2 blizzards. Okay. Okay, it's dead. Okay. Could not find any items. Okay. Girlfriend received 1 AP. All right. Sick. Hang tight. Let me check my phone real quick. Bruh. All right. All right, let's keep going down. I'm glad that I completed that, by the way. Let me draw. Question mark. Stock. And the other attack. Okay, got some scans. Whatever that does. Okay. No items. Got 2 AP. You know, actually kind of curious. I wonder what happens if I increase the graphics on this. Let me how do I pause? There we go. Tools. Settings. Graphics. Cuz this game, I mean, it looks a lot better than, let me see here. Bruh. Hold on. What is going on with my screen? I think that effect is screwing with it, but obviously they're rendered at a much higher. Oh, we got to use Blizzard magic, I think. Let's try it. Oh, I can only draw. I don't have but I can GF, I guess. That's okay. Oh, I only have drawn her as well. Okay, I gotta select magic. I gotta go into the junction list. I think like it would be beneficial if one person used, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this like tutorial. But I mean, whatever. Let me let's see what happens if I remove that post-processing. There you go. Yeah, now it's just, now you're just getting the raw high res. I'm okay with that. So are we just done? We're done? We just leave? We're like, okay, we did it. Is there a path to the right? That looks like a path, but I can't take it. Okay. We did it. We did it. There's a road. Do we, like, go back? Or probably go back, I imagine. Rain says, did you ever play Onimusha? No, I did not. Oh, I thought this was going to be like a cinematic. Quistis says, well done. Let's see. I thought there was something else I needed to go over with you before you take the seed exam. Oh, yes, taking care of your girlfriend. This is something you have to watch out for. GF tutorial. A GF will level up as it gains experience and learn new abilities by gaining AP from XP and AP. XP is gained from battles automatically levels up the GF, while AP is gained during battle. Can be distributed and learn different abilities. Decide how to distribute points. Let's go over how a GF can learn different abilities. Select GF from a menu and display the acquired. Okay. Oh my god, when Shiva is selected, Shiva's stats are shown. It displays XP, level, and compatibility between characters, etc. By selecting Learn, Shiva's ability list is displayed. Abilities in white, such as STRJ abilities, are already learned. When abilities are gray, they have not been learned yet. The first number is in gray. Shows the AP spent towards learning. And the second number shows the AP required to complete. Oh, Jesus, this sucks. Vitality J shows the 50 AP are required, of which 0 AP has been spent. In order to learn the ability of LM Attack J, move the cursor to LM Attack J and confirm. LM Attack J will then be displayed to the left under Learning. From here on, all AP gained will be used for LM Attack J. When all 160 AP are gained, LM Attack J is learned. Once an ability is learned, AP will automatically move to an ability not yet learned. Which each ability comes a different set of abilities to learn. Dude, this is awful. The order of learning affects the GF's powers. Therefore, it is recommended to return to the screen to set the next ability. Okay. Thank you and good luck. Now use your uniform and assemble at the 1F lobby. Bruh. What did I learn? Okay. What is HPJ? Junctions magic to HP. Junctions magic to vitality. Raises magic damage by 20. Raises summon magic defense. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. And this? Yeah, these are all fine. Dude. Dude. Found a draw point. Cure. Squall. Squall has 8 cures. Fabulous. There's cards, and then there's like things you absorb. Bro, how big is this place? I'm kind of hungry. Want to grab something to eat? Bye. This is just wild, guys. This is wild. All right, I'm gonna save. Here we go. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what exactly I was expecting. Let's go to the dormitory and sleep, I guess, and then straight to which way do I go? Do I go this way? I wonder how many are gonna pass the seat exam. I'll try. Dude. Wait, is the... Okay, this is my house, I guess. Loading. Bed. Bed. Leaving. Going here. And Eep. Forget it. I don't want to change my uniform. Or wait, do I have to change my uniform? Let me see. Oh, cool. I'm a seed now. Okay. But now what? Rain says, maybe you were expecting action instead of tutorials. By this time in FF7, you'd be swinging on goons while riding a motorcycle off a broken freeway. Wait, true. True. I couldn't agree with you more. Like, dude, this is boring. But I don't know. Let's give it a chance. I will give it a chance. I will. But yeah, I'm yawning. It's boring. is boring, guys. Squall, over here. Like, yeah, you're like in class. I'll be announcing the squad assignments for the exam now. Let's see. You'll be with Zeldict. Quite a lovely fellow. Lively. He's just loud. Can't I switch members? I'm afraid that's not possible. Over here, Zell. Are they like fully modeled? Ah, cool. Yeah, dude, who talked you into that tattoo? Who talked you into the face tattoo, bro? Bro, they did you dirty. Let's limit break settings. Also change the status screen. Okay, yes. Guys. Okay. By the way, where is my limit break? I haven't been able to use it. It just says press R1. Like, you have to time it. And I'm like, okay. Okay. Excuse me, but that Seifer you're talking about, he's your squad leader. Say what? It can't be changed. Seifer, are you here? Bobro says, I don't mind controller or keyboard. To be fair, I'm better with keyboard and mouse as they are much easier. There are certain games where you just need a controller. Like they just play better with a controller. But yeah, I'm not against using keyboard and mouse at all. It's just there's specific games that I use controller. Fujin and Raijin tagging along as usual. Guess that makes up the whole disciplinary committee. You're the squad leader. Good luck to you. Instructor. I hate it when people wish me luck. Save those words for a bad student that needs them, eh? Okay, then. Good luck, Seifer. What? Add Instructor Trepe to the list. The list? What is it? The list. That's so cringe. Add him to the list. You're all assigned to Squad B. I'll be the instructor in charge. Teamwork is of utmost importance. Let's get through the exam, everyone. Listen up. Teamwork means staying out of my way. It's Squad B rule. Don't you forget it. Everyone's here? Oh, we got Headmaster Sid. That's Sid? Man, Sid, they did you dirty for this game. It's been a while, everyone. How's everyone doing? The exam will involve 12 members, Squad A through D. You will be proceeding in the real battlefield. Obviously, the battles are for real. Life and death, victory and defeat, honor and disgrace. Each of these go hand in hand. There's only one way to or the other. How about it? Are you still up for it? Guys, what would be happening in Final Fantasy VII right now is, yeah, we would be riding a motorcycle. And right now what we're doing is that we're doing an exam. Should you fail, these members shall get the job done. They always do. Well, that's one less worry on your mind. The pride of Balam Garden, the elite mercenary force, Seed. Learn from them, obey their commands, and accomplish the mission. Prove yourself worthy of becoming a member of Seed. Sid let himself go, says Rain. True. Yeah, he's not looking too... They did him dirty. He is not looking the best. He doesn't even look like Sid. All right. Let me Okay. All right, everybody, let's all slowly walk into a car. And then also, FYI, that almost says goon. We're in the goon car. Like, all right, we're driving. And now we're sitting in a car. Yo, Squall, show me your gun blade, will ya? Yeah, dude, show us your gun blade. Just a peek. Fine. Yeah. Why are you being so selfish? Scrooge. Say something, will you? What's on your mind? Nothing. Man, this riveting gameplay. Man. Stop that. It's annoying. Chicken wuss. What did you call me? Knock it off. Okay. Instructor. Who was that girl at the infirmary this morning? Was someone there? I didn't even notice anybody. Is there a problem? I don't even think I went to the infirmary. No, not really. This is great. I have a chicken wuss and a guy who just reached puberty in my squad. Like, something's got to happen, right? Something has to happen. Oh my God. Shouldn't be getting off. That's reverse. This is forward. Okay. I don't know why it's this way, but I have to press square to go forward. All right. What was the point of that? What? Why is my sound off? What happened? My sound keeps turning off automatically, and I don't know what's causing that. Welcome to the Goon Mobile. It says GDN. I don't know why it says the Goon. So that's the vessel? Ain't no turning back now. You scared too? Hey, you guys are last. Hurry up and get in. Don't disappoint me now. Come on, move it. Bro. Please. Hurry, Squall. All right, now we're now in another vehicle. Now we're sitting here in another vehicle, guys. Hi, Quistis. Well, there are members of Squad B. Nice to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Seifer, how many times has it been now? Oh, I just love these exams. Guys, I was not anticipating this game would be this boring. I explained the current situation in the mission. Rain says, will you move your cursor? Sure. I'm kidding. I'll be... I'm sorry. this really bother you? No, fair enough. Sometimes it bothers me too. Our client for the mission is Dolet Dukedom Parliament. A request for seed was made 18 hours ago. Dolet has been under attack by the G army since 72 hours ago. 49 hours into battle, Dolet abandoned their position in the inner city. Currently, they have retreated into the nearby mountains and are reorganizing their troops. That's the current status. Now on to the mission objective. According to our reports, the G armies is mopping up the Dolet troops in the mountain region. We're to make a landing at Lapin Beach. We're to eliminate the remaining G army within the city and liberate it ASAP. Afterwards, seed members will intercept... Is this a test? Afterwards, seed members will intercept any G army forces trying to make their way into the city from the mountain region. So what are we supposed to do? Seed candidates are to eliminate the G army inside the city. Sounds important. Sounds boring. How does that sound boring? That sounds way more fun than this. So what you're saying is we'll do all the little dirty work. Oh, it hardly needs to be said, but the order to withdraw takes priority. Do not forget. We're almost there. We anticipate battle as soon as we disembark. Just be prepared. That's all. Any questions? Talk to Questis. I don't want to talk to any of these people. But I feel like if I miss something... It's nothing. Alright, I think I'm just going to do nothing. We'll be landing pretty soon. Get ready. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Bro! Well, Squall, let's see what's going on outside. What? Okay. There's no indication there's anything there, but okay. Is there a cool cinematic? Rain says, cars without windows make me nervous. Fair enough. True. It would make me nervous too. Bobro says, can I get my Yahweh card and ask for like $950 billion? Okay. Looks like a... What am I doing? A storm on Normandy. Hey, you're coming in too hot. Okay. Go! Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh my goodness. Are you okay to secure the central square? Be sure to equip your GF before you head into battle. Let's move out. Oh my god, dude. So we got Zell, Squall, Seifer, He has nothing. And Quistis. I'm gonna also just see that, yeah, she's got all her stuff. And I think we could just do magic for her. Let's see. That's old Final Fantasy. 6 and onwards have modern future settings. Yeah, this is like wild so far. Like what I've been. All right, let's save. Do you think that I can prep some food? Can I just like heat up some food and come right back? Would you guys will be all right with that, right? Can I just go do that real quick? I'm going to go do that real quick and then be right back. I'm going to go get some food. back. I have a burrito. And I'm going to eat a burrito. From the table. Fucking table. Table. Burrito. I want a burrito. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Woo, that's so spicy. Can you hear me now? Hopefully you can hear me now. I can see the bar. All right, Rain says yes. This is very spicy. Woo! That's a zinger right here. We'll play some more Final Fantasy VIII. Not gonna lie though, so far this game feels like it's bogged down with mechanics. I feel like unless if you're playing like a board game or something, you really shouldn't have 2 hours plus of tutorials. Like, I've been playing for like 2 hours, and it's just been nothing but tutorials trying to explain the mechanics of the game. And even now, it's still confusing. And I did, in all good conscience, try to understand what they're saying and doing. I don't know. Maybe it'll grow on me. Maybe I'll be like, wait, actually, it's like really cool. It's like this mechanic. I don't know. Maybe. I'm almost done with my burrito. I could do a cigar stream later. All right. It's so spicy. I love it. The General's hot sauce ain't messing around, bro. The Reaper hot sauce. This ain't your mama's hot sauce. This is a spicy boy. What was I going to say? Yeah. Final Fantasy VIII. Yeah, it's not coming off to a good start. Boro says, I want to try the world's hottest hot sauce. I don't know if I've had the world's hottest hot sauce, but I did try Da Bomb. That was hot. It was way too hot. I was down for the count for like 15 minutes having one drop of that stuff. I was like, why? I was just like, why would you? Why? I mean, it's just pain. Like, it's not even good pain. It's just pain. Rain says, I love hot sauce. Me too. I love hot sauces. This is a real good burrito. Rain says, I want the pain. The one chip challenge felt so good. I never tried it. I would like to, though. Okay. Can I wash my dish? I want to kind of clean up around here. No. I appreciate y'all being patient with me. We'll play some more Final Fantasy VIII. More Final Fantasy VIII coming right up. I am gonna wash my dish. And should I get more coffee? 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 Coffee sounds good. I'll be right back. almost, very close to busting ass. I almost busted. I did. I was going up the stairs and I was just kind of rushing up, and then I fell. Or I almost fell. And I had a huge thing of coffee. That would have sucked. Thankfully, I only spilled a really tiny amount. Okay. Okay. Back to Final Fantasy VIII. I don't know. I was just kind of expecting not this. Like, what do you think that they were trying to accomplish? Were they just like, we don't want to be like Final Fantasy VII. We want to do even more. And then they did more. And then it's like, did we really want more? Like, let me look at her abilities. She's got magic, so... I don't know. This is going to be about as good as any to just play. Oh, shoot. I probably should have saved. Okay. Did I save? I don't remember if I saved or not. Whoa, this is kind of cool. All right. They're doilet reinforcements? Oh, great. He doesn't have any moves. But wait, I remember I didn't even have an option. Okay, so... Draw. Let me see. Let me just attack. He should not have draw. He should have magic. Or wait, no, he should have draw. Cure. Cast? Draw. I don't know, man. Fire. Attack. Draw. Draw. Cure. Cast. This is so confusing. Like, I think I understand what's happening, but it just, I don't like it. I don't like the way it feels or works. All right, let me save. Maybe I should just play Final Fantasy VII. I feel like I have not given that game a chance. Same thing with Final Fantasy IX. But I don't know. We got to give 8 a chance. We got to give it a shot. Having fun yet? People to fight. All right, let's use some magic. Look out, it's Seed. 56 to Squallium. All right, draw. Draw. Cure. Cast on Squall. Draw. Fire. Cast on that. Attack. These are just like regulars, whereas like the magic is where we need to start. So I don't know. We're just going to draw. All right, that's fine. He's dead. Okay. Restores HP by 2. Okay. Potions are good. We like potions. Can we talk? One of our members got sick. We're short-handed. It's not like we're sick because we had a bite to eat here. Wait, you guys are freaking eating there when there's like a war going on? Nautilus. Central Square is up ahead. Hey, all you Galdian cowards out there. Galbaladian. Come out and show your faces. Don't leave me hanging now. What an idiot. How do you guys feel about this game so far? Do you guys hate it? Do you like it? Should I keep playing? So far, it seems pretty... I mean, I don't know. I don't like the overbearing mechanics. Draw. Cure. Stock. Attack. Attack. How many? Okay, that's a lot of cures. I don't think I have to draw that much. I think I could just cast spells. Yeah, I think we're good in the health department. All right, we're getting into the groove of this. This is not so bad. What do you guys think? It's not so bad. Sorry, give me a sec. Just looking at some stuff. Why are people pinging me? People are pinging me. All right, no big deal. Squall, there may be more. All right, I want you guys to scout the area for enemies. Quit goofing around. Scout the area for enemies. Okay. Enemy! Rain says it's not what I look for in a game. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Though, I like turn-based combat. That was quick. It was just one guy, guys. Chill. It was just one guy. You guys literally just like went through like 5 other dudes. I think that's all of them. It was just the one guy? Hi, Dougie. Hi, Dougie. You're my favorite customer. Well, then, we're on standby till the enemy comes. Okay. Standby. How boring. I agree, Seifer. I couldn't agree with you more. Wait. We're just waiting? Maybe I pet Doggy. Hi, Doggy. Sounds like it's starting. What sounds like it's starting? Amanda Thomas says, you are funny, Amender. Scream! Imagine how angry Seifer gets. He's like, scream! What are you waiting for? Show me what you got. Oh, some of that ghost pepper just came back. Ooh. That's spicy. That's spicy, boy. He's so mad and upset. Nothing. Bobro says, do you think Trump will repeal the tariffs before the end of the year so he could try to win the midterms? Why would he win in the midterms? That would imply cold and careful calculation, and I don't believe that Donald Trump is capable of that. The hell? Man, this is what I call boring. This ain't right, man. I have a feeling some shit gonna happen. Some stuff will happen. Hi, Dougie. Still keep us waiting? Not thiefer. Hey, thiefer. That's it. I can't take it anymore. What is this? Some kind of dog training? Go away, dumb dog. You can go fight them. Look, something to do. Guys? It's the enemy. Where the hell are they going? Rain says they have a ghost pepper bread at Subway now. Do they really? I've not been to a Subway forever. Hey, what's up there? Our next destination. But that's against orders. Weren't you just saying how bored you were? Squall! Is it... Squall! Base God Flashy says, I used to love FF8, and then I remembered its leveling system discourages you from fighting because enemies level up faster than you. The junction system is really annoying. I prefer FFX, FF6, and FF9. Yeah, I had no idea about the junction system until today. I stand by the captain's decision, and I have not realized that enemies level up faster than you. Captain's decision? You want some weak blah, blah, blah? It's a good opportunity to test out training. Thanks to you, I could feel like I could take on anyone, even if they do fight dirty, like you. You'll thank me when the time comes. What the... Hey, what the hell? I thought you guys did get along. You guys are like all buddy-buddy now. Hey, listen, ain't no ordinary battle. It's an exam, an important one. I'm telling you, we have to stick to orders. Then stay here. I don't need any Boy Scouts. What was that? Don't take him seriously, Zell. Seifer, we gotta go. Let's hurry. The enemy is headed for facility, and we, Squad B, are to secure the summit. Move out! All right. Fine. Base God Flashy said, when I was a kid, the chase scene on this island used to scare... Dude, I've never played this game. Don't spoiler me. Don't spoiler. Man, look at all that glorious... I do like the battle music. I'm here for it. We're just going to attack. Also, I am not aware of avoiding combat because they out-level you. I don't understand that. Have you beaten this game? Yeah, we don't need to do nothing. We're doing fine. We've done our draws, so we don't really need any of that. Potion. Okay. Okay. Let me take a look here. Let me see here. We've got Junction for Zell ability. Yeah, I only have draw. I mean, can I just like cast magic? But I was already casting magic with draw. So why does it matter if I cast magic as opposed to just draw? I don't... And then I have GF already here for Zell. And then I have to go back, hit the junction again, hit Squall, hit the fucking ability thing, and then I got draw. I could switch this with magic. And then we have junction, and then we have Seifer, and then we can do the junction, and then we can pull up his girlfriend. He's got nothing. He doesn't even have an option for abilities. He just has attack. Okay. It just makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong, I guess. Let's see. All right, one dude, no problem, no problem. One dude. We don't even need a gun. How do I use my auto? How do I use like when do I press R1? When do I press R1? Explain to me. When do I press R1? I just want to know. Hold on. FFVII. When do I press R1? I know you can press R1 just before Squall's attacks lands for extra damage. Base Golf Flashy says, beat it once, played it lots. You will be doing lots of grinding spell draws to level up. Casting magic weakens your characters since your magic is tied to your GF's junction strength. Is this your first Final Fantasy? Not gonna lie, I wouldn't start with this one. No, I've played it. I played Final Fantasy X. It's an amazing game. Probably one of my favorites. Like, I've played the hell out of it. It's a really good game. I was playing PlayStation 1 games, and I got through what was it? Legend of Dragoon, and I was like, I need another PlayStation 1 RPG, bro. I need another one. And I was like, ooh, should I play Vagrant Story or should I play Final Fantasy VIII? And I was like, yeah, you know what? I might as well play Final Fantasy VIII. What about 9? I mean, like, should I do 9 instead? What business do they have with the communication tower now? Ow, my knee. As a child, I used to play at this communication tower. It was already closed down and, I was careless. Oh, God, a thiefer. God, a thiefer. Ugh. Who are you? Don't worry, we're seed candidates that have been dispatched by Garden. So what's going on up there? The Galbadian, not the Galbadian soldiers. They entered the communication tower. On top of that, the place that always been nesting a ground for monsters. If you guys are going up, be careful. Help. Do you guys like my voiceover? Dude, that thing's cool. Look how cool that thing looks. I want to cast magic. I want to cast magic. Scan it. We're going to scan. And a condor. A large venomous snake uses squeeze attacks. He's strong against the fire. He absorbs the poison. He's level 7. He's got 1100 HP. Use caution when its HP is low. It spits poisonous fluid. Okay. How do I leave this? Am I done? Okay. Thank you. We got this. I cast a spell. Whoa, Zella's getting low health. What do we do? I guess we cast a cure, maybe? I like the music, man. I really do. I'm here for it. 42. 49. 56. Squeeze. Let's see. Cure. We're going to cure. Magic. Girlfriend. Quetzalcoatl. Magic. Cure. Who am I curing? Wait. Who? How do I? Wait. Oh my god. Who do I cure? Like, Squall? Okay. Attack. And a Condor. Thundercats! Sick. Cure! I'm gonna cure you now. Thanks, Zell. Thanks. Not squeeze. He's gonna squeeze me. Can I use... Is there... Yeah, I just have fire, thunder. Okay, let's fire. Girlfriend. Ifrit. He's just gonna attack. I should have draw though. I feel like I should have draw instead of magic. Fire. Attack. He's got a lot of health. Yay! Why? I almost don't believe you regarding like Ifrit leveled up. Cool. Monsters, huh? That sucks. More fun for us. Come on. Fun? Fun, please. Do you like my voice acting? Am I doing good? How's my voice acting? Here's the thing, man. All right. Magic is trash. You should always be drawing. You should always have draw. Because draw still gives you the ability to use the magic. Which I was under the impression that if you're drawing, you're probably not using magic. All right. He has no girlfriend. Can I swap out Seifer with like... All right, I got some potions. Let's get that restores HP by 200. So we're gonna get Zell up there, and then Seifer's gonna get up there. All right, we're good. Come on, Thiefer. Bobro says he has no girlfriend. Lamau, you're killing it, Amender. You're killing. Galbadian Soldier says the generator is up and running. No problem with the boosters. The hell are they doing? Cable disconnection confirmed. Begin exchange process. Roger. Repairs. Base God Flashy says, your character's strength is primarily determined by junctioning magic to their stats rather than character level. Per Google. Your character's strength is... Okay. Who cares? This must be your first real battle. You scared? I don't know. I try not to think about it. I love battles. I fear nothing. The way I look at it, as long as you make it out of a battle alive, you're one step closer to fulfilling your dream. What? Your dream? You have one too, don't you? Sorry, I'm going to pass on that subject. Yo, let me in on it too. Mind your own business. Freaking hell. What's the matter, Zill? Swatting flies? Rain says, are you going to play the Oblivion remake? It might come out this week. Oblivion is getting a remake? What? Is there an Oblivion remake? What? I mean, why would it be any good? Like, whatever. Okay. Damn you! There you are. Who said that? What the fuck is that hair? Holy crap. Who did your hair? Bruh. Bruh, they did you dirty. Guys, they did her dirty. The hair people, the hairstylist was like, I'm going to do this girl particularly dirty, bro. I'm going to mess it up. Are you Squad B? Wait a minute. You're the guy who showed me around, right? Thanks. I don't get a little so lost anymore. Oh, yeah. I haven't told you my name yet. I'm a messenger. Named Selfie from Squad A. The squad's Captain Seifer, right? Where is he? Oh, my God. Don't you, Seifer? I'm going to go and hit attack over here. One of these days, I'm going to tell you about my romantic dream. I'm sure this is tough. Bloop. Captain, wait up. What are you waiting for? Come on, come on. Duh. Squall, you're not going to... It's a cliff, man. You're not going to jump off. That's the plan. I mean, she did it. Well, let's get going. Has everyone equipped a girlfriend? You haven't forgotten, have you? I'm pretty sure I'm equipped. Selfie. Junction. Girlfriend. Yeah, everybody's got one. Except Quistis. I should probably unequip Quistis because I'm not getting Junction, Girlfriend, Shiva, Junction, Selfie, Junction, Girlfriend, Shiva. Okay. This sucks. This sucks. Girlfriend, draw, or maybe draw and then girlfriend, and then item. Like, okay. I'm sure that's fine. Battle! One dude. One guy. One guy. One sword. Draw. Cure. Stock. Give me cures. I got 4. Attack. Okay. How do I know when I'm supposed to... How do I know when I'm supposed to press R1? Base God, can you help me out? When do I press R1? When do I press R1? You need to tell me when to press R1. So is this the communication tower? Sure is big. That's what she said. Selfie, hey! The captain's getting away! Save spot. And look, a thing. Hey, Squad B Captain. Magic, magic. Oh, man. What am I fighting? One guy. Let's get some cure. You two, cure. Let's attack. You could just keep receiving stuff? Like, this is great. Ow! I always do it right when the weapon connects and makes a sound. Okay. And that's when you're supposed to do it? Okay. Save potion. We'll do that. Found a draw point. We found blind. A squall, take it. 12 blinds. Wow. Access the menu. Save a lot. Hit save. Yay. Dude, what did they do to that girl's face? Holy crap. God, that is crunchy looking. All right. 2 guys this time. Check out my fucking spells. Hit him with the attack. He's dead. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm supposed to do the R1 thing. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. We got this. Oh, dang it. He died. We did it. I did it because the potion. We got potions. We got 3 AP from that. We already saved. I think we can take this lift up. Wow, this lift is pretty cool. Don't get too excited or you'll fall. Major Biggs! There's been a report of a monster-shaped shadow on top tower. Major Biggs! Be quiet. I'm busy. This goes like this. And geez, what's with these crappy old tools? And why do I have to make all the repairs? He's just going to turn into... He's going to turn to... what's his name? Muscle Man. Sir, I'll check around while the repairs are being done. Let's see. Let's put this here and... Cinematic? No? This goes here and... There, it's complete. Okay. 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 All right. Mm-hmm. This is a thing that's happening. This looks like communicating. We're communicating. The tower, it is a communicate. Also, why does my stuff keep muting itself? I have to figure out what program is doing that, and we're going to stop that program from doing that. You can move in that cutscene, by the way. It's funny. Bro says, Amender, they're making a new Nintendo GameCube, even with a GameCube controller. Cool. What do you think you're doing? Huh? Huh? Likewise, mister. What do you think you're doing? Hey, what happened to all the soldiers down below? Wedge, take care of these dwarves. Wedge? Well, I shouldn't be done here, so I'll just be on my... I'm leaving. Move. Sorry to crash the party. Are you crazy? Just shut up. I'm gonna summon my girlfriend. Come on out, girlfriend. Girlfriend, Quetzalcoatl. Have fun. Oh no. That hurt. Hellfire! This is immediately cool. This is instantly cool. Death by Snoo Snoo. Rain says Oblivion Remake has been so weird. First there's been a leak coming, and then there's a leak that it could be stealth released, and then they took it down in its original trailer on Steam. That's weird. Shiva! That was cool. Wow, it takes a while to summon Quetzalcoatl. Draw. Biggs. Let's do this question mark. Stock it. I cast electricity. Whee! Sick. 339. Major Biggs. Have you finished the repairs, sir? What's the enemy doing here? Wedge, where were you? No pay for this month. You should have stayed home. What is this? Received 4 Isunas. Okay. Should I just cast some magic? I feel like I could cast magic. Draw. Fire. Cast. It's not dealing a lot of damage. Let's just keep attacking. 41. Whoa. Whoa. I mean, we're good in the health department. Maybe with the exception of Squall. He's doing all right, I guess. Oh, and because it's no magic, I can't... All right, let's keep doing Shiva, I guess. Fire? No. Item. Potion. I don't like how confusing this is. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to get squalls. I keep forgetting that that's a thing. It's even a mechanic. All right, let me try it. Diamond dust. Base God says a couple of turns ago, at least. How do I know if I'm hitting the crit? It's not really communicating it super well. That didn't seem like a Biggs. What the? The monster! Whoa! What the hell is it? What the hell is even that? I gotta pull that up. Hold on. I'm sorry. We gotta pull that up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Alright. This is such a funny. This is so funny. I gotta share it with y'all. That's not what I want to share. I want to share this. Alright, ready? Here it comes.
You're trespassing on my property. Get the hell out of my yard.
JT, let me have this house.
JT let you have my house.
Yes.
My shed.
I won it.
You're trespassing on my property. You didn't win in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that? All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
Oh my god, I love that. What the hell is even that? Wait, I want vibration on. Alright, cool. I don't know, dude. Guys, I don't know about this. This game is so bogged down by mechanics. They got all this extra crap that doesn't need to be there. Get wrecked. That was not enough damage. I don't even understand what I'm looking at exactly. Cure? Cast it on selfie. Okay. Draw. Stock it. Okay. I think I want to see what I draw out of it. They said, yeah, people don't like this one much. What am I even looking at with this monster? Zell is really low health. Draw. Cure. Cast. Draw. Cure. Cast on... Who? 300... Like, it's covered. Like, that's so messed up. Draw. Cure. Cast on selfie. Base Got Flashy says, even nostalgia wasn't enough for me to return to it. I saw pretty quickly I was looking back with rose-colored glasses. But why would it be bad? I don't understand. Like, is it really that bad? Like, I don't... won't I get used to the mechanics and be like, oh, I know what to do? Thunder. I mean, it looks cool. Zell is low health again. Draw. Cure. Cast. Zell. Cast. Cure. Okay. That's a thing. Let's pull out Shiva. How much damage is it? Ifrit. Elverit. Attack. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Yes. Battle. Battle. Only 149. That's not a lot of damage. I mean, there was 2 hours of tutorial to explain this. I literally was going through 2 hours worth of tutorial, and I'm just like, what? How long do I have to keep doing this for? It was just too much. It otherwise looks good. I mean, it looks like a fun game. Okay. Shiva's almost dead. Ifrit's almost dead. Like they have, like the Shiva and Ketsa. Okay, so they get hit when they're summoning it. Base God Flashy says, if you find yourself not enjoying yourself, give 9 a try. Yeah, I should probably do that. I'm like, so far, I'm not a fan of the mechanics. The mechanics are not like, it's obviously bogged down by just like a lot of mechanics, and it just doesn't need to be that way, I think. Oh, I think Shiva just got Thunderstorm. This guy's got a lot of health, guys. I mean, he's not dying. Squall's low health. He needs health. All right, that's even less health. Can I use Cure? Cure. Cast. Draw. Thunder? What's double? What is double? What's double? Cast double? What does that do? What does that do? Storm Breath. Zell needs heals. Squall needs heals. Squall. Cast. See, I don't like this. Like I can't tell who I'm healing. Like, I'm not a fan of this so far. It's got some basic UI problems. Like, bruh. Double makes you twice as weak, Lamau. Are you serious? Is that true? Zell. That's not Zell. That's Selfie. Her name is Selfie. Draw, cure, cast, and then we have to cast it on Zell, who's there. Attack. Base God Flashy says, I'm just digging at the junction system. Yeah, I mean, it's not sounding great. I'm going to be honest with you. Junction system is trash. Fire! How much more health does this guy have? How much health does this guy have? Let's see. Like, Squall? Okay, draw, cure, cast, on Selfie. Draw, cure, cast, on Zell, I guess. This is not a lot of curing. Cast, cure. It's only for 53. That's not a lot of cure. Why is he so curing so little? Item, potion. Zell. Or Squall, yeah. Item, potion. On Zell. Item, potion. On Selfie. Okay. This is ridiculous. Girlfriend. Quetzalcoatl. Girlfriend. Ifrit. Elverit. Girlfriend. No more Shiva. Attack. 104. Damage. Oh, is he dead? Oh, he's dead. We did it. We did it. We did it. Why would I not get XP? We're looking at this, right? It says that I didn't receive XP. Why didn't I get XP? Why no XP? Excuse me, I have new orders. All seed members and seed candidates are the withdraw at 1900 hours. Assemble at the shore. Withdraw, there's still enemies around. I know, but I'm just a messenger. An order to withdraw takes priority. We do not want to miss the vessel. What time you'd say? Like I said. All seed members and seed candidates are to withdraw at 1900 hours. Assemble at the shore. 1900 hours? We only have 30 minutes. You got 30 minutes to get down to the shore. Better run. Hey, wait for us. Who the heck does he think he is? Why don't you ask him? Base God Flashy says, bosses don't give you XP. Why? Why? Genuinely, I want to know why. That literally makes no sense. Those torps are the targets. Now go, destroy them. Base God Flashy says you don't want XP in this game. Bro, that doesn't make any sense. The timer is going down and animations are happening. Why would I not want XP in this game? That doesn't make any sense. You're making me hate this game, and it barely has even started. I've never heard of a Final Fantasy game or an RPG where you don't want XP. Bobro says, I don't know if you are for political games, Amender, but the political process is a fun game for me. Oh. No, I have not played that, but it sounds interesting. Hold on. Base God Flashy says, that's why I dropped after not playing in years. What kind of FF game doesn't encourage fights and grinding? Yeah, like I'm leveling up. All right, we got to run. We got to run. Am I supposed to run here? Looks cool. How do I run? Can't escape. Okay. Attack. Attack. Draw. Item. Potion. For Squall. Wait, Selfie gets the potion? Use ChatGPT. Okay, I'll use ChatGPT. I almost don't believe you. Like, that's wild to me. Is it true? FF8, it's best not to get XP and level up. Yeah, weirdly enough, Final Fantasy VIII, it's actually better to not level up. At least not in the traditional sense. It flips the usual JRPG logic on its head. Okay, enemies scale to your level. All enemies, including bosses, scale to your current level. So the higher your level, the tougher they become. Some enemies even gain new, more dangerous moves or forms at higher levels. Meanwhile, the stats don't increase much with level ups compared with how they do in other FF games. Power-ups come from junctions, not levels. The junction system lets you equip magic spells like your stats, like strength, HP, etc., using guardian forces or girlfriends. That means you could be absurdly powerful, even at level 10, just by refining good magic, like Curaga or Faraga, and junctioning it. Low-level strategy, big brain play. Low-level runs are popular in FF8 because you avoid fighting tougher versions of enemies. You get the best version of some enemies more consistently. They don't transform at lower levels. Carding enemies, turning it into cards, gives no XP and gives AP and learning GF abilities. And you can still get powerful items through refining cards and stealing, not by grinding. What should you do? Avoid early random battles early on. Use the card ability instead of killing enemies. Focus on collecting magic, cards, and learning GF abilities instead of grinding XP. Yes, in FF8, it's better not to level up because strength from junking... Dude, I hate this. I hate this. That's awful. I hate that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that even a little bit. Why? Why? Why would it be that way? Like, seriously, why? What's the point of that? That's like disappointing. I'm actually kind of sad. Like, I want to play this game, but I can't. Like, or I don't know. I mean, I feel like I can play this game, but like, okay. Why is this so mechanic heavy? You're definitely not alone in thinking that. FF8 was one of the most divisive games in the series, specifically because of how mechanics heavy and weird it is compared to the rest. Here's why it feels that way, and here's why some people love it or hate it. They wanted to innovate after FF7. FF7 was a massive hit, so Square wanted to avoid repeating themselves. They ditched the traditional armor equipment systems in favor of junction system. It's supposed to feel like you had total customization, but it overwhelmed a lot of players instead. The junction system is ridiculously deep. Your stats come from magic spells, not levels or gear. You're encouraged to hoard magic rather than cast it because casting it weakens your stats. It's like a spreadsheet disguised as a JRPG. Enemy scaling was meant to discourage grinding. They tried to reward smart play over just fighting a ton. But that makes traditional RPG instincts like grind to get strong totally useless. Weird balance. You can break the game early, like Quistis's blue magic, Zell's limit breaks, or just refining cards into end game gear. It feels like the game expects you to cheese it, but doesn't tell you how. Why it feels like it sucks at first. The tutorial is awful. You are dumped into a junction system with a bunch of menus and have no idea what's optimal. Drawing magic is boring. Sitting there, draw from enemies just to build up spells feels grindy and lame. The pacing can feel slow if you do not know how to optimize early. The plot gets super weird with combined confusing mechanics, just making people go, what the hell is this game? Why some people love it. Once you understand the set systems, you can get super strong early and customize every character exactly how you want. It rewards creative play more than any other FF. The music, visuals, and story themes, Love, Fate, and Memory, hit really hard for certain fans. And it is also the most strategic FF for people who enjoy breaking systems. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Draw. Drawing? Like, should I draw or keep attacking? We have 26 minutes to get back. I should not be drawing, I feel like. I should also not be casting spells, apparently. How do I stop this thing? Clash. Ooh! This was my first FF lol, so after I played other ones and looked at this, I was like, damn, this sucks. It's funny. Here's my like, I need to... I just don't understand why I can't, like, see when I'm selecting, like, who I want to cure. Like, I just have to know these people's names, and both Squall and Zell look very similar. We have 25 minutes. We'll draw when we don't have time to waste. How do I... Ray Bomb. How do we get out of here? We can't even escape. Can't escape. Clash. When do I press R1? I just don't understand. Arm Crush. Death. How do I stop this guy? How much health does he have? Let's get the hell out of here. Escaped. Go, go, go. We don't have any time. I was chasing after us. Oh my goodness. Run! Bimpa. Bimpa. No! Can I run? Nope. Oh, I did it! I did the thing! Ray Bomb. Zell and Squall are low health. We need to use cures. Or potions. What do I do? Clash. Boom. So far, this game is so weird, guys. It's really weird. I don't know. I don't know. I only have 2 potions left. This is not good. We're all very low health, and I'm out of potions. I'm going to have to start using cures. $357, not bad. Hi, Peppers. Can we, like, leave? Dang, man, we're getting wrecked here. Selfie needs to cure. Cure. Cast on Selfie. Attack. Attack. Bing. Such a weird system so far. It's just bizarre. 80? Why is it so little? Do I have to, like, stock cure? Okay, we can get out of here. Hi, Peppers. Kitty. We gotta run. Dun, dun. Run, run, run. Still chasing us, bruh. think I understand what's happening. I think. No, I only cured for 8. So that means I need to stock. I think. All right, Squall's turn. So if I like draw, like, would I get like a bunch of cures and then like I can, I don't know, heal for more? Like, how does this work? I don't really fully understand what to do. Like, Squall is very low health. He needs to heal. Selfie needs to heal. Hi, Pepper. What are you doing, bubbies? Yeah, Squall is very low health. Let's cure him. Can Squall cure himself? Draw, cure, cast on self. Draw, cure. Yeah, he just healed like for a ton that time. Cure. Zell? I'm on Zell. So let me stock that, I guess. I need to cure. And Selfie should be able to cure a lot, right? Draw, cure, cast on her. And I should be able to attack. All right. Cast and cure, because I drew a bunch, so I should heal more. Okay, that was more, but it's slightly less, but that's fine. Okay. This is weird, man. What a weird mechanic. This doesn't make any, like, intuitive. It's not intuitive. There's nothing intuitive about it. You gotta keep moving. Ray Bomb. All right, I think Selfie may need to heal, so let's have Zell attack, or Zell is gonna draw, cure, and she's gonna cure, cast on herself. Okay. Squall attack. I got 13 minutes. We gotta move. We gotta move. We have no time. We don't have time to deal with this spider thing. Clash. Boom. Zell needs curing. I'm pretty sure that draw, cure, cast on Zell. He should at least do a little bit. Only 74. Why so little? I don't understand the mechanic. I don't get it, dude. I really don't. But Base God, are you still there? Why is he curing for so little? Draw, cure, stock, attack, attack. That's 6 cures. All right, now we can go. Go, go, go. We got 12 minutes. It's back. Oh my goodness. No. We got 11 minutes. Base God Flash, he says this is the FF equivalent of reading Hegel. That's hilarious. It does feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, it doesn't feel super great. Selfie's turn to cure. Cast cure on Zell. Squall. Draw some cure, I guess, from stock, because apparently if you have more cure, it's better. Like, I don't get it. All right, that's a lot. That was a lot of healing. Draw, grabbing more cures. Okay, we got to attack. We have 10 minutes. We don't have any time. Clash. Boom. All right, Squall needs to be healed. Okay, that's a little bit. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Selfie needs a heal. Draw, cure, stock. Draw, cure, stock. Draw, cure, stock. Okay, and then we'll heal shortly. It's a lot of cures. All right. So, draw, cure, cast. Attack. Attack. She's almost dead. That's not a lot. Draw, cure, cast. And then we attack. Okay. Come on. I think there's a mixture of number of cured that you have and your vitality level, which is affected by junctioning. I think it's a mixture of the number of cured you have and your vitality. Let's get the hell out of here. Just so weird. We got 6 minutes, bruh. Bruh. Dougie. Hi, Dougie. Run. Why can't we run? 5 minutes 37. Bruh. Let's go. Squadron C, withdraw. Do we have to fight it again? We only have 5 minutes. Cinematics are cool, at least. Yeah, fair enough. I just don't really fully understand, like, this whole leveling thing, Base God. Like, it just doesn't... It's, like, weird. I'm not a fan of it. No! Rain says, you should play mouth washing, bud. Okay. That was a thing. Is it... Are we done? Can I find a save point maybe? I don't know. This game's weird. This game's throwing me for a loop that I'm not a fan of. Thiefer. How did it go? Man, all they did was get in my way. Being a leader ain't easy. Safe? Shrug. Good job. Okay. Where's Seifer? Just be back at the garden by sundown. You're free until then. Okay, dismissed. All right, let me figure this out. All right, junction system, Zell. How do I make it Kira or something? Junction. Like, how do I combine, like, how do I do, like, Farah and Faraga stuff? I don't understand. Junctions. Magic. Like, what am I looking at? STADLAD. I just don't understand it, dude. I don't. Wait, so by just having more cures, you just cure more? So never use spells. Or like avoid using spells. This is so weird. This game is weird, guys. It's so weird. I should just be junctioning all day long. There goes Mr. Ego. Might as well walk it. Oh, he just like drove off without us? What a terrible person. Oh, I'm here, I guess. The sea breeze sure feels good. The whole town filled with the wonderful aroma of the sea. And that's why my car rests. The sign's not looking too good either. Welcome to the lovely Balam Hotel. Rooms 100 gil. Sure. Okay. All right. All right. All in all, I may keep playing it. It definitely has it's a very strange Final Fantasy game. Honestly, that beach thing was kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I mean, you know, is it the best thing ever? No, not really, but I think it's worth, you know, spending more time on and just, you know, play through it. Right? I mean, so far it hasn't really treated me bad outside of the junction system, which I'm not liking at all. Yeah, I don't know. That's where I'm at with it. I'll play it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit outside, have a cigar. I'll stream it on my phone. So keep my channel up. If you guys want to keep watching me, I'm going to have a cigar. I'll see you soon. Oh, he's saying... Hold on a sec. Someone told me that apparently our talk got removed on YouTube. I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of anyway. View your channel. Yeah, no. Let me open up Gmail. All right. I'm going to smoke a cigar with y'all. So I'm going to end this stream and then we're starting another stream where it's just a cigar smoking and I get to take my time this time because then I don't have anything to do afterwards. So that's great. I'll see you soon.